And here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you are there. The session commences and your company is required. That thing that we do round about this time is being done exactly at this time. So if you are available, avail yourself of the session. Surrender yourself to the space for however long it does last. The only requirement is just to click on the like button and then the subscribe button. Do the two clickings and then just lean back, kick back, and take it easy. And let us take you on a wild roller coaster ride. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm single. Is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafra War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Amadika, Yabika, Kokwana, no. Hey, I don't make a mazuche me for.
And there it is right there. Holy, holy Nandikanu, their other savior. The East, they insist. Holy, holy Nandikanu, their other savior. So, holy, holy, holy Nandikanu, their other savior. As guys, I bring you this. Anambra prisoners will soon be able to watch football and movies. A headline attributed to the new governor of that state, Charles Soludo. So this is Charles Soludo now. This is how he's hitting the ground running. I'm not quite sure if that is where the priority is. So is that already a misstep by this guy that a lot of people have a lot of hope vested upon? A number of prisoners will soon be able to watch football and movies. A headline attributed to the new governor of the state, Charles Soludo. So the most judicious spend of public funds, perhaps not. Arabs are racist. Former Emir of Kano's daughter, Shahida, shares her experience of racism in Saudi Arabia. So it's quite curious to hear this, and I'm bringing you this story because, of course, you know that the aspiration of every northerner in Nigeria is to be an Arab person. But the Arabs, they've traditionally always looked down at these people. They have a particular term for them, and even when they sit down, they point their slippers in the direction of these black people, just as a form of disrespect. And yet, they all aspire in the north to be Arabs. Arabs are racist. Former Emir of Kano's daughter, Shahida, shares her experience of racism in Saudi Arabia. They see you as slaves. This is what it's a worse experience than anywhere else in the world amongst those people because they've categorized you for centuries in a particular place and they're not moving you from that place. And they will continue to use it as a weapon to attack your own people to continue to enslave you. That is the narrative of those people with the Arabs, but still they aspire to be Arab-like. Court sacks 20 Cross River lawmakers for defecting to APC with Governor Ayade. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It looks as though the wind of change is sweeping through the Nigerian political space. The opening salvo fired in Ebonyi State with the sacking of the foremost citizen and his deputy, what is his name, Umahi and Igwe. So now it looks as though that wind of change now sweeping through. You cannot use one party to collect votes and win a position and then move those votes and that position to another party. Doesn't stand with reason and logic or fair play. Court sacks 20 Cross River lawmakers for defecting from APC with Governor Ayade. So there it is right there. And still with defections, issue certificate of return to Igariwe and Udogu immediately. PDP tells INEC. So it is still that defection carrying people's vote, but this time Ebonyi State. So Igariwe and Udogu, essentially the candidates that PDP have now submitted to INEC to replace, what is his name, Umahi and his deputy. Issue certificate of return to Igariwe and Udogu immediately. PDP tells INEC. So there is it right there, the latest play in that space. Court dismisses terrorism, treasonable felony charges against Nigerian journalist Agbaja Lingo. So this is a story that mirrors the Showore one quite closely because this guy, like Showore, he was incarcerated essentially for agitating for human rights, similarly to Showore, and almost mirroring it, almost the verdict even. Earlier today, Showore's arrest by the DSS in 2019 was declared illegal and damages was awarded to him. And on the very same day, Agbajalingo gets his own judgment as well. Court dismisses terrorism, treasonable felony charges against Nigerian journalist Agba Jalingo. So from Agba Jalingo back to the deadpan politics, the molded in the wool politics, 2023 presidency, youth vow to purchase nomination form for Tinubu. So there it is right there. And you want a generational shift within the Nigerian space when the generation itself that you're looking for power to shift to have already sold and mortgaged their future wholeheartedly and wholesomely. So there it is right there. The youths agitate for what they are describing as their ancestors. That is not my language because I find that language somewhat pedestrian and somewhat, is just jejune. Tinubu is not an ancestor. It's just a 70-year-old man. He's just turned 70 now. So it's a leap from that to an ancestor. 2023 presidency, youth vow to purchase nomination form for Tinubu. So there it is right there. NSAS, but NSAS no more. So lean back, as I said, kick back, as I said, take it easy, as I said. But before you do any of those things, make sure you are subscribed because of course you should be subscribed if you are spending any much time with this space. And the people who come here traditionally and routinely. So if you come here routinely and you are not subscribing, it's almost like you're a pickpocket, because this is intellectual property, what is being dispersed here, and your one requirement is to be subscribed. So do that and click on the like button as well, so you don't then feel put upon anytime I'm wailing about subscribing and clicking on the like button. And as you go about doing that, let me provide a little bit of a musical backdrop. Put on your dancing shoes and let's go strictly come dancing in the East as we partake in another Python dance.
O meriwo n'Izu onírìnrìn ya abakare mama dawora olapori meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Olapori meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapori meri Nandi bu onye du aimo. O meri wone nizu ngiro ya abakare mamanda ora. Unapori meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, and Python dance 3. Unapoli meri Nandi.
And there you heard it from pardon me. Pardon me. And then you heard it from the East, Python dance, and Nandi wins the war. They continue to insist they will never give it up. Python dance and Nandi wins the war. So Python dance and Nandi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Anambra prisoners will soon be able to watch football movies, a headline attributed to the new governor, Charles Soludo. Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo has said that inmates in the state will soon have access to news and happenings from Nigeria and the rest of the globe. Soludo, who made this known on Monday in a brief of his activities on Sunday, disclosed that he visited Equolobia prison after his Thanksgiving mass. The Nigerian Correctional Service officials led him on a tour of the facility to see the present conditions. Soludo chatted with the prisoners, the wardens, and assured them that a new system will be set up, while he announced that the review and completion of all lingering trials was top priority. I also promised that every leaking roof and damaged infrastructure shall be renovated. We will also look into long outstanding unavailability of power supply by providing solar devices and television sets where inmates can watch football, news, movies, religious activities, and entertainment. So, is that the most judicious spend of public funds? Is the first question to go to. Because this guy must imagine that is in Sweden. Just give them Gary and beans. This is what we want prisoners to. I mean, you cannot be in a five-star hotel when you're in a correctional custody. This is the thing. It's meant to be a punitive system for you to be so Spartan in existence that you spend all your days reflecting on what brought you there. So now he's giving them jacuzzi and whatnot, all out of public funds. And I thought they said this guy had a first class brain. From one purported first class brain to another purported first class brain. Arabs are racist. Former Emir of Kano's daughter, Hida, shares her experience of racism in Saudi Arabia. So, not the daughter, of course. I don't know if she has a first class brain, but people purport and allege that her father does. Shahida, pardon me, Shahida, daughter of the 14th Emir of Kano, Shahida, daughter of the 14th Emir of Kano, Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, has shared her experience of racism in Saudi Arabia. In a question and answer session with her followers on Monday, the mother of three admitted that Arabs are racist, adding that she has even experienced racism in mosques and the playground in front of their house. According to her, the gate man attached to their house was racist towards them and wouldn't answer when they greet him. To be honest, so these are her words now in response to the question. So this is the question. Heard Arabs are racist. Heard Arabs are racist. Have you ever been a victim of that in KSA? So KSA will be the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So that was the question, and this was her answer. To be honest, they are. Yes, I have, but it is mostly to be honest. To be honest, they are. Yes, I have, but it mostly had to do with my daughter. Personally, I don't go out much or interact with them enough to know, but definitely have experienced racism, it being in the mosque and the playground in front of our house. Even my daughter's school, she was one of the only black kids. So at first, I didn't think it was racism. I realized later on, she said, oh, wait, even our Haris, like the gate man, was racist to us when we first came. He wouldn't even answer salam. It was insane, she added. So this is the thing right there. These people, they continue to just try hard as they can to be Arab-like, to pretend like they're Arab, to dress in Arab ways, and to try and cultivate an Arab mannerisms. But the thing is, you are not Arabs, so you are some Mala from Borno, from Kano. And this is what the Arabs know who the Arabs are. So, and you are not one of them. So why do you continue to foist yourself upon them and take just this ignominy and this disgrace all the time? But then that is the northern way. You know that, anyway, that is the northern way. That is the way they are. They aspire to be Arabs, even though the Arabs look down on them. Court sacks 20 Cross River lawmakers for defecting to APC with Governor Ayade. On Monday, the Abuja Division of the Federal High Court declared vacant the seat of 20 lawmakers from Cross River over their defection from the People's Democratic Party PDP to the All Progressive Congress APC. The lawmakers, 2 House of Representative members and 18 Cross Rivers House of Assembly members had defected alongside the state governor Ben Ayade sometime last year. The judge ruled that the affected lawmakers cannot continue to maintain their seat after leaving the party on which platform they were elected. PDP had filed a suit praying the court to ask the lawmakers to vacate their seat since they had dumped the party that sponsored them to the assembly. Justice Taiwo in a judgment, dismissed the defense argument of the PDP plaintiff. Had Justice Taiwo in a judgment, dismissed the Justice Taiwo in a judgment, dismissed the defense argument that the PDP, the plaintiff, had no local standing, which is legal rights, to institute the case. Mr. Taiwo ruled that the argument of the lawmakers that there was rancor in the PDP, which necessitated their defection to the APC, was a ploy to mislead the court. The judge, who granted all the reliefs sought by the PDP, held that it was disheartening that politicians in the country treat citizens as if they do not matter once they get into office. Delivering his judgment, Justice Taiwo said, "We cannot continue in sin and expect grace to abound." In a similar judgment, the court earlier sacked lawmakers who defected with Governor David Umahi of Ebonyi State, who was also sacked alongside his deputy. So the wind of change then sweeping through the Nigerian electoral system. But will it hold is the question. The Ebonyi State case, the test case, issued certificate of return to Igiriwe and Udogu immediately. PDP tell INEC. Following the refusal of the Federal High Court to grant stay of execution to the embattled governor of Ebonyi State, Dave Umahi, the People's Democratic Party on Monday asked the Independent National Electoral Commission to immediately issue certificate of return to Iduma Igirawe and Fred Udogu. PDP, relying on the provision of Section 287 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, said that INEC is bound to issue certificates of return to Messrs. Igiriwe and Udogu as governor and deputy of Ebonyi State, respectively. According to Section 287(3), the decision of the Federal High Court, National Industrial Court, a High Court, and all other courts established by this Constitution shall be enforced in any part of the Federation by all authorities and persons and by other courts of law with subordinate jurisdiction to that of the Federal High Court, National Industrial Court, a High Court, and those other courts, respectively. Pursuant to this, the PDP also demanded that the Chief Judge of Ebonyi State, upon the issuance of the certificate of returns by INEC, must proceed to swear in Messrs. Igariwe and Udogu as governor and deputy governor of Ebonyi State. Also in a statement issued by PDP spokesperson Debo Ologun Nagba, that's a curious name for a Yoruba man. Also, in a statement issued by the PDP spokesperson, Debo Ologun Nagba, on Monday, he argued that this is absolutely necessary to prevent the existence of vacuum in government and governance of Ebonyi State. He said Mr. Umahi and his deputy can no longer exercise the functions of the office of governor and deputy governor of Ebonyi State, pursuant to the order of the Federal High Court, which removed them from office on March the 8th, and subsequent order of the Federal High Court today, which refused their application for stay of execution. The party praised the judiciary for courage in defending the Constitution as well as the will of the people of Ebonyi State, as expressed in their votes for the PDP in the 2019 governorship election. So there it is right there, the wind of change sweeping through the Nigerian political space. So it looks as though the judiciary are really holding firm as we go on to the next piece. Our court dismisses terrorism treasonable felony charges against Nigerian journalist Agba Jalingo. The Federal High Court sitting in Calabar has discharged Nigerian journalist and activist Agba Jalingo in a criminal suit that alleged he committed acts of terrorism, treasonable felony, and cyber crimes. This followed the decision of the Cross River State government to withdraw the charges it filed against him. The state had taken over the prosecution of the state had taken over the prosecution from the Nigerian government in February 2020 when he was admitted to bail after spending 179 days in incarceration. The Director of Public Prosecution in the state, John Ogban, told the court at the resumed hearing that he received the directives of the Attorney General, Tanko Ashang, to discontinue the case. Ogban, who was slammed by the presiding judge, Justice Ijoma Ojukwu, on Monday at the last adjourned date, said they had filed a further amended charge before now, but made a verbal application for the withdrawal of the case. When asked if he was withdrawing totally and would no longer prosecute charges, Ogban answered in the affirmative. The defense team, led by Adeyinka Olumide Fusaki, a senior advocate of Nigeria, did not object to the verbal application and commended the directive. We commend the Honorable Attorney General of the state for taking this decision. We are happy that our harassment has ended. Olumide Fusaki, who was accompanied by F. Baba Issa and Enya, said. He further praised the court to release the sum paid as the bail bond into an interest-yielding account of the defendant. The matter was then stood down for the court to verify the payment date amongst other items. And upon resumption, Justice Ojukwu, whilst relying on the provision of Section 355 of the Administration of Justice Act, acquitted the Jalingo on all 4 charges. Therefore, the charge is hereby dismissed. On the application for the refund, the court held that the sum and the interest should be paid to him. This closes the case so far with the Nigerian and state governments failing to provide a single witness in the 30 months the trial lasted, despite an initial order to cover the faces of the witnesses. Jalingo was arrested on August the 22nd, 2019, over an article published in July of that year, wherein he demanded the whereabouts of the 500 million naira approved and released for the floating of the Cross River State Microfinance Bank by the state government. After 34 days in police custody, he was arraigned for alleged acts of terrorism, cultism, treasonable felony, and attempts to overthrow the state government. He pleaded not guilty and was remanded at the Afokang prisons. Denied bail twice by Justice Simon Omobada, who was the presiding judge over Court 2 of the division, he was eventually admitted to bail by Justice Sule Shaibu, who presided over Court 1 after Justice Amobada recused himself following the leak of an auto tape which suggested he had compromised. The charges preferred against him were amended several times during the trial, and it took 4 pleas within the duration of the trial twice under Justice Amobada, once under Justice Shaibu, and once under Justice Ojukwu. The case has received widespread criticism, with Amnesty International declaring Jalingo alongside Sahara reporters Omoyele Sowore and Olawale Bakare as prisoners of conscience, whilst the hashtag One Free Press Coalition named him amongst the top 10 most urgent cases of threats to press freedom in the world in 2019. The ECOWAS court awarded 30 million naira against the Nigerian government for the inhumane treated method on him by the police earlier this year. So it's an act of treason to ask what happened to the 500 million naira that was withdrawn from the state coffers but disappeared without landing in the microfinance space that it was intended for. So that question still subsists. What happened to that 500 million naira? But then, of course, don't ask it too loudly, otherwise you'll be jailed for treason. 2023. So this is the last readout. 2023 presidency. Youth vow to purchase nomination form for Tinubu. The Nigerian Youth for Tinubu has promised to purchase the presidential nomination form for the national leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, as the 2023 elections draw closer. Speaking with newsmen in Lagos on Monday, the convener of the group, Mr. Idris Aregbe, said their decision to support Tinubu's presidential aspiration was informed by the strong belief that he was qualified and will fulfill the people's best interest. Mr. Aregbe said that Senator Tinubu had proven himself a progressive, visionary, and compassionate leader, a goal-getter, the tribalized Nigerian, human capital developer, a man who painstakingly listens to people. According to him, Nigeria needs a trusted and reliable visionary who feels the pain and anguish of the people and is capable of making life better for them. I don't think there is any as qualified as Tinubu today, and that is why we are behind him and ready to purchase the presidential nomination form for him. We are convinced, going by his track record as a progressive, about his victory, and that informs our decision. Besides, it is also a way to stamp the legitimacy of youth on the presidential election process, and we shall further ensure rigorous involvement of youth in the Tinubu presidency, he said. Aregbe said that as a builder passionate about infrastructure, the former Lagos State governor not only laid the blueprint for infrastructure development of modern Lagos, but ensured the productivity of the state. He said that Lagos State remained a model amongst other states of the Federation owing to the golden era of development ushered in by Tinubu. According to him, leaders of several support groups from the south and northern states have resolved to ensure mass participation in the protest. According to him, leaders of several support groups from the south and north states have resolved to ensure mass participation in the project. Our northern state coordinator Farouk Adamu, the southeast coordinator Samuel Eshichi, and our south coordinator Ahab Bokar are working out modalities to achieve our goal, he said. One of the northern state coordinators, Ms. Muhiata Jatta, said that Nigerian youth would leave nothing to chance as they began to pool resources and roll out initiatives to ensure bold imprint on the election of the next administration. Another officer of the group, Jetta Phillips, said that with a Tinubu presidency, inclusivity in governance was a done deal. So there you have it, the youths for Tinubu, and there it is right there. Nothing changes in Nigeria. So the youths for Tinubu, Ajanle Koko, we see you. Soli, we see you. Ete of Africa, we see you. And Mazi Thomas, we see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Good of you to be here. So let's go very quickly first to Ete, if it's ready for us. Ete, are you there? Ete, look at this guy. So let's go then to Thomas. Thomas, are you there?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Oh, all right. Good to have you, Thomas. So, Thomas, then let's take you to the youth. Buying the nomination form for Tinubu and agitating for his presidency. This runs contrary to what everybody seems to be clamoring for for a paradigm shift in the status quo to a new dispensation. So, is it as you were as the youth surrender again to what everybody describes as their ancestor?
Woman, good evening. Good evening, our listeners and code contributor. Woman, we've said this couple of
Are
times
you there?
that
Yeah.
is our youth ready? Yeah, is our youth ready? It's woman. It normally baffles me every time people will say people Nigeria, the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. I we hear that often every time. Youth are the leaders of tomorrow, but I don't think we are putting ourselves and our hearts in the ring to be that leader that we call for. You can imagine saying the youth are out there buying form for Tinubu.
What
It's
is it?
just funny.
What is it though? What is it, Thomas? Is it that the youth in Nigeria they are afraid of the responsibility of leadership? Because I don't see any youth in a leadership space, and the ones that we have seen, they are just they just recommend why the youth should not be leaders. With the only youth we are seeing are people like Abelo and Ayade, and look at them. Is it that the youth are afraid of the responsibility of taking on responsibility?
One man, I don't think they are afraid of taking the responsibility, but I think the money has overwhelmed us. Money has overwhelmed us because if any youth said, I want to go out there, put my heart in the ring, anytime they see envelope, everything else is gone. And I think one man, I don't think the youth have the capacity for Niger for the Nigerian politics. What I
But
mean by that is
yeah.
the monetary aspect. You want to say something?
No. I was going to, yeah. So carry on. Yeah, carry on.
Yes, the monetary aspect. We have not changed from this monetary aspect when we are talking of our when we are talking of our election, our nationary, and how to go about all we normally do. Because people still believe in bribing, bribing their way out, bribing people before they can vote for them, bribing people before they can do things for them, bribing people before they can even be in a ward to maintain the election not being the to maintain the election being counted, to maintain people being voting in a good way. It hasn't changed, one man. You can see, we cite example of Showira yesterday. He went there. He's telling people, vote for us. The same youth
But
this guy is fighting for.
it cannot just be the money aspect though, because this is the ready go to. Anytime that people are saying that the youth they are not participating at the high end of politics, people readily and conveniently cite the money as the aspect that they cannot fund a campaign. But the youth in Nigeria, they're not penny pinchers. They are equal. They are wealthy, and if there's sufficient enough talent there, then the money would find itself. But is it? I think there's a lack of ambition. There's a lack of gravity. There's a recoiling from wanting to take on the responsibility of leadership. I don't see in the Nigerian youth the capacity to take on the responsibility of leadership. I don't see it.
One man, we have the
I disagree
capacity. We
with
have the
you.
capacity.
Is it somebody like you? So you go smoker?
Yes, now is it because I'm
a
not
go
in
smoker?
Nigeria? If
Is
I was
it
in
a go
Nigeria,
smoker that they are looking for?
we
Look at this guy.
legalize weed, we will tax
Eh?
it, that will reduce crime, create jobs. That's just
One
the
man,
beginning.
people,
Exportation of marijuana. Hey,
No.
Oma,
one
you're
man,
not seeing
people,
business.
people wants to be a leader. The youths are ready, one man. But the obstacle, it's the Nigerian politics is so complex.
What is the
Thomas,
obstacle? Yeah, okay, list the obstacles that stands in the way of the Nigerian youth that makes them go rallying. Because I think they are hiding behind that deal. This is what I think. Because I used to do
Thomas,
that as well until my father died. It was only after my father died that I knew I was hiding behind him. We tend to hide behind other people. We tend to hide behind other people, and I think this is what the Nigerian youth do.
Solly want to say something.
yes, I do agree with you, Thomas, when you were saying that, they always have reason for this, reason for that. They are these people, they are just not, they are not putting in the effort. I don't believe.
They are afraid of taking on responsibilities to
No,
thing.
one man, I
They
don't
no,
agree.
they are
No,
afraid of
one man, I
oh, come
don't
on, man,
agree.
they are. And they
No, they
have
are
this
not.
you have this template excuse, oh, it's the money, oh,
No,
it's the
no,
something,
one man, I
It's
support you. I
just these are
support you
just
with all those
excuses now.
excuses,
Take
but I
on the
don't agree.
responsibility. You're afraid of taking
Yes,
on responsibility.
it's
That is
not
the issue.
fair, one man. It's not
Mm.
fair, one man. Let me give an
Let
example.
me
man,
list. You want the list? Let me just list what I think is still taking the youth back. First thing, the monetary aspect. One man, you are here when you bring the list, what you need to be a president in Nigeria, to be a senator in Nigeria, to be a House of Rep in Nigeria. You brought the news to be the
Okay,
president from the you brought the news here. One man, we are here together. Do
okay,
this
yes,
youth have this money?
yes, they
Do
do.
they,
No, they
Thomas, they
do.
have
They
the
have the
money. They
money.
have the money.
They
They
have
have the
this.
money.
These are dollar
are you
billionaires. A lot of.
One
do
man,
Look at
you
that.
think
Look
they
at
have
this
this
Thomas,
boy.
money?
The
they have the
system is
money.
against the youth. The system is the
What do you mean the
problem.
system is
AK, I
the
don't
youth?
agree.
Look, you
Oh,
see
I
all
don't
these
agree.
See,
Oh,
excuses.
AK,
see,
I don't
these
agree. Oh.
politicians have set things up that is going to be very difficult for any youth to claim power.
Oh, all
But
right.
not
It's going to be
impossible.
difficult.
Difficult, but not impossible.
So
uh,
do we give up? We can give up.
no,
We
but
we
the
can
thing is, you are too comfortable behind the daddies. All the
No,
daddies, you
no,
hide behind the daddies. That's just the
I
thing.
don't agree. I
I
don't
Uh,
think
agree.
the problem
You got us,
is
you don't pay them. No, give me that.
okay.
Take, that's small. I'm not drink small. No.
you go buy your
One man,
suya in peace now.
let me give you this example. One man,
sharing
can I give
sharing.
one man, one
Yeah,
man,
Look at this
can I
guy. It's
sorry guys, but
unbelievable.
my interject.
one man, can I give this example?
Well, my
When
Yeah, go on.
friend.
Yeah.
yes,
Good night, my
so
dear.
Ola
Can
of
you
Lagos,
go?
Hold on. Everybody
Yeah,
quiet.
I
Let's
go
hear
to come
Solly.
here. All right.
okay, eh, Igbo, yeah. So for
Igo,
example,
You don't finish. You don't finish. Igo. Look at this guy.
For
Oh yes,
example,
carry on.
yes, for example, recently that Ola of Lagos, he was in Dubai, right? So I went to go and meet this guy, and I was asking him, I was telling him about the problems of Nigeria. Nigeria is this thing. Last time I was there was like 9 years ago. The guy was just looking at me confused, you know. Then I realized that most Nigerians don't even know that Nigeria has problem. Okay, as this Ola of Lagos kept talking now, he now told me one thing that made me realize why most Nigerians don't understand that there's a problem. He said his parents didn't value education, so they didn't really send him to school. Most of these youths are not educated. Most of these youths didn't go to school, so they don't know that there's a serious problem in the system. So it's
No.
lack of
No,
education.
disagree with
It's lack
you.
of
What are you
You
saying?
disagree.
Disagree.
I disagree
It's
Uh,
with
lack
you,
of
Solly.
education. It's
you
lack of
see, I
education.
think
They don't
No,
know
no,
there's
no,
a
no.
problem. They don't know there's a problem in the system. They don't.
Solly, Nigerian youths are educated.
They are
Nah,
Okay.
educated.
nah,
Oh, I don't
Very
agree.
Okay.
educated. Very
Very
I
educated.
don't
nah.
accept that at
okay.
all.
Same. Nigerian
you
youths are
see,
educated.
I think previously a lot of people are scared, and the funny thing is how the process has been planned. it's hard for you to see youths
Look
to
at this guy
climb up
drinking
to
and
that
driving, drinking
True, very
ogogoro and
true.
driving.
ladder. And now I think in the current situation of Nigeria, a lot of you, like I said, I have a lot of friends contesting in both PDP and APC. And I think now people are waking up to that call. But the problem is you can't see, it's hard for you to see youths going for that position like the governor, presidency,
But why
most of
not?
those
Why
parts.
not? What stops them?
Is the party system. It is the only way you can do that is if you form your own party.
Mhm.
And those are part of why I said one time.
Okay, but DOG, you can go as an independent candidate, though.
How are you going
Independent
to get the
candidates, yeah.
numbers for?
It's
You
hard
use
because
the
there are
numbers.
people,
No,
there
If
are
you
hierarchies.
I don't even think the party system stops the youth, especially because they have the numbers to still. I don't know, man.
No,
But
the party system. You see
I
that
just think
those two
they are
parties,
too ready with the excuses.
PDP,
Yeah.
and
yes.
you see what this guy did. Banky W. He went to another party that is not even popular. But as much as people would love Banky W there, as much as Lagosian would have loved to vote him, he couldn't win the election.
Okay, but DOG, this is not an
So that's why
excuse.
one
This is
day I
not an
said there,
excuse.
because I've spoken to a lot of people that I know that are contesting, and they've started since the last election. A lot of people I know, youths, and I have about 10 now that I know they are contesting again in this election. So I think now people are waking up to know that. But the problem is, even I said it one day, or was it the day before yesterday or so, even the leaders in the parties, if they want to push their kids forward, they don't push them to those, but they take them through probably state honorable, then you grow from there. If you, for example, if you look at Shina Pella now, he's probably contesting for senator, but he started as an federal honorable. So depending on your capacity, so most people will look at starting from
DOG, under which party?
under APC.
That's
Under
what I'm
APC.
saying. DOG, sorry for cutting you. One man, let this youth go and flood the main party. Ajale Koko always said, "Oh, you can if you go
Exactly
there,
my point.
you
That's
one
what I
man,
said the other day.
you
I think we need to
can't
go
be
into
No,
the
sorry,
anything in this
one at a
country.
time. Yeah, yeah.
You can't be anything. One man, what do you think that pushed Dele Momodu to go to PDP?
No,
He has his own party.
because if you want to realistically challenge for an elective post in Nigeria, you have to go mainly via the main parties. But it looks as though some satellite parties are starting to gain some momentum. We have to say that. And the only one
Yeah,
that is
for
still gaining
example,
momentum,
those parties you are talking about, there
hold
are
on.
some parties. Okay.
Carry on, yeah.
D,
There are some
let it
parties
finish.
like
D,
there are some
D.
parties like
Thomas, don't worry, let me moderate, but today, carry on.
there are some parties like Accord, which is owned by Rashid Ladoja, like ABGA. Those parties have areas in some states where they hold grants. So they have people in House of Rep in states level. So those are the other avenue people are using too. But the politics of Nigeria, the way it's being played, that's why I said other day, like people need to now start even joining the main parties because that's how you can go. Then from climbing from the ladder, all these guys are getting old, like we were saying yesterday. Most of them are outdated. By the next election, I don't think
No,
we'll
but
be hearing like
by the time these people get old beyond function, the youth will no longer be the youth. So these youth that we have now, they will not be the ones that the youth of that time will be looking to chase out of the space. So it's just a
it depends on how
revolving.
you say it. I think if you look at like the presidency, like somebody like Shina, I think Shina is like 44 or 42 or something around now.
And how
So
old will he be in 8 years time?
he'll be in like 48 years old. He'll be like 48 years old.
He'll be 40. He'll be 48 years old at 44
Yeah,
in
which
8
is
years
not
time.
bad.
44
Yeah,
plus 8. 44 plus 8 is 48 years old.
52
Ah,
even is not bad.
it's not
52.
bad, but the thing is, I'm saying that the pressure on him would then be from the 44-year-old that is coming through. Because it's just they need to seize the moment now, is what I am saying. And I'm not seeing anything in them that suggests that they are moving,
It's the
especially,
system,
or
like we are saying, is the
forget the
system. If you
system,
form
man.
another party, look at example is Showore, is form another party, but it's hard to tackle these people. Then before you form alliance with people from the north to now win the federal level, it goes a long way with the way the politics of Nigeria is being played. It goes a long way. That's why I use example again. Look at even Tinubu, before he can tackle PDP, he has to go and form alliance with CPC to build that stronghold on trying to bring the north into the system, because he knows he can get votes from the southwest, probably the southeast, but from the north he needs somebody. That's why he allied with ACPC of Buhari then. So it's really hard with the way Nigerian politics is being played. If it was other Western world, yeah, you can form your party and people will buy your idea like Showore, and it will be easy to just go and people say, oh, that new guy, that new party. But a party where there are two strong parties, and we've always had that in Nigeria. Even there will be other parties back in the days of SDP, NRC, it's always been like that. So you have to find one of those parties. And as I say, we have to find one of those parties to join now. Then maybe in a way, if you play your politics well, somebody like the youth, when they join the party and they are in probably honorable senator, federal honorable, they can in a way scheme out how to, when it comes to primary, to now all have a voice in that party and supersede the elderly ones, like, oh, this is the person we want. So I think that's the only way to go if we want to use this electoral process to take over. People need to go and join those parties right now. And
Oh
so by
yes,
the time,
and
because it's by numbers,
right now meaning right now, not tomorrow.
not to
I just
exactly.
tire of these
But the
excuses,
problem, another
and when you are
problem,
hearing the youths are buying nomination forms for Tinubu, the heart just sinks, because they've given up on any possibility on themselves. The youth should not be buying forms for Tinubu. The youth should be ridiculing Tinubu to embarrass him out of wanting to run.
not
To
exactly.
mock him out of relevance. This is what they should be doing, but they are
One man,
instead buying forms. So that's just that's a
one
surrender.
man,
That's a lack of ambition for me.
one man. That alliance is still the way to go. Who made Buhari? It's Tinubu. It's because of the alliance. If Tinubu didn't ally with Buhari, Buhari will not be the president of that nation forever. I'll be liking to see like Shore align with Labour Party, the known party that we know. Labour Party, like Afga, like the common party, at least we still know, come together. The last election, I was so disappointed. Fela dúró tó yé Obi Ezekwesili, Sowore, Tope Fashe or something. Why can't they come together? I know they will not take the presidency at a go.
But you see what you are saying is still
They
relevant.
might not share the same values and ideas. They
No,
might
but
not
they
agree
do.
with
They
the
do
rest.
share the same values, though. That's the thing. They not?
Really?
One man is the selfish
hold
interest
on,
and
Thomas.
ego.
They are
Ideas.
anti-establishment agitators and politicians. So they share the
That's
same
true.
common space.
That's
And
true.
even now, Showore and all the people left of center, they all share the same common space, but they don't ally like Thomas is suggesting. So that's the thing. It's just a real mess. But now they are buying tickets for Tinubu, which just then tells you that all this youth something that
But
we
I
keep
don't
looking
believe in
to.
that
Yeah.
though. I don't believe. I think it's just from Tinubu camp to just make it look as if some youths are supporting him. I don't
Well,
believe
don't
youths are.
worry, but there are still youths in Nigeria. These are real senior people. They are not. They are not from down the road. Though these are people that are stayed and marinated in politics. So these are seasoned people that have and they cut across the whole geographical space. They have youth coordinators in virtually all the spaces. So where is the ambition in all of those people who are experienced? Anyway, let's just get back to Thomas. It's disheartening.
One man. You mentioned it. It's the ambition. It's the lack of ambition. That's it. There's no other excuse.
Sorry, I disagree with you. Lack of ambition. That is your opinion. My opinion, I disagree with you. They have the ambition. I just cited all those guys. Fela Dotoye. Is why can't they swallow their ego? Sorry, Tinubu swallow his ego to ally with Buhari. He said, "This is my long ambition," but he swallow his ego. He swallow everything. He supported Buhari. He pushed him forward. He sold him to the southwest. Sold him to Nigeria, and we buy it. We go for it. This is his time.
But what ego? What ego are we not following?
Is that Thomas or Ola?
It's Thomas.
Why
Thomas?
You don't look the screen, my brother? Yeah.
Thomas, can I interject?
Yes, go on, please.
When you said that Tinubu sold Buhari, you know, it's a matter of choice. I hope you are not saying that Buhari should sell him in return, because the youth don't have to come out and endorse someone like Tinubu as at Nigeria today. We should try to speak the truth to power. That's why Obasanjo called for more rebels. Forget about this hungry, what do you call them, super eagles or whatever that are going forward to do this and that. Well, it is high time the Nigerian youth begin to understand that we are not going to benefit anything from these people who call themselves thugs and the owners of Nigeria. That we must make decisions that is based on what we are seeing on ground. If you are advising Nigerian youth to endorse Tinubu or wherever, is it really a fair game for us in this country? Because it's high time we make better decisions. I don't go against anybody presidency or wherever. We need someone that at least has no criminal record to lead us this time. And at least we should try to present a Christian president, because a Muslim just did the 8 years here. Let us begin to move this country the way we must move it to. Not by sentiment, or we must say it the way it is.
But religion is sentiment, though.
Come, religion or no religion, we agree.
Religion is part of politics.
8 years of a Muslim. They should give us 8 years of a Christian. Please, this is my position.
But
I'm not against anybody. Forget about the Tinubu, whatever. And stop fronting the Tinubu. I'm not against him. He will make a better president. Saraki will make a better president. But for the moment, we need Osibanjo to lead this country.
All right. Is that what
am I hearing? I'm sorry to cut in like this. What am I hearing with my ears? We need Osibanjo.
Who do we need then? Who do we need if not Osibanjo?
My God, so Nigerians. You people will not kill us. So. You want us to go into
who do we need if not Osibanjo now?
So worry.
Well, today I just want to listen. I want to listen a lot, because it's not good to talk all the time. But sometimes when I listen to things that are not palatable. It ruins my stomach.
But,
you know?
Ego have started now. What will you say you want a Christian?
No.
Do you know
that? No. Yes. That is a long-standing.
Khan has come up with that idea that they have an 8 years Muslim. I wish it's not a bad idea. Man. Why do you say I should not come for a Christian president? Why? Tell me.
No problem. But do you know Christian, Muslim, or pagan we have in Nigeria? There are many religions in Nigeria. Do you know that? So those people not.
That's just.
Thomas, let me ask you a question.
Commander, would you balance the equation in this country, gentlemen? It was this same Thomas who alias Ola who came here and told us they don't follow Osibanjo well to declare for president. I'm waiting for that your word to come to pass because of Tinubu is not the father to the sitting vice president. I'm waiting for those
As it
comments. We are still waiting.
All right.
Yes.
Well, they'll start to buy the nomination forms, then we know who's in the race. Let's hear from Ete,
It's
who
the
has
race.
a question. Yeah. So let's hear from Ete.
Yes,
who has a
I
question.
wanted to ask Thomas a question. If a Christian is planning to rule Nigeria for 6 years, will the Muslims keep quiet?
I don't understand what you mean.
If a Christian is planning to rule Nigeria for 16 years, would the Muslim keep quiet?
No, they won't.
So why are you expecting Christians to keep quiet and the Muslim to go 16 years?
But I don't like this.
Tell us why. Tell us
It's
why.
not what you
Tell
like.
us why.
It's not about what you like.
Thomas.
It is
what I'm saying is, I'm a Christian.
Will do 15 years. Thomas, tell us.
My brother, don't bring religion fight here. I'm a Christian. I'm not a Muslim. But I'm just.
I will bring it. Okay.
I will bring it. Let's. I don't. When we are paying politics.
In this country,
hold on, Ego. You answer the question, and I want to move on because it's just really a bit of I don't know where that conversation is, but answer the question.
What I'm saying. Thank you, woman. What I'm saying is I'm a Christian as well. What I'm saying is I love to take away religion and tribal out of politics. I know it's about politics in Nigeria. We can't.
You are not a Christian. You are a tribalist. You are a tribalist. If you are a Christian, you will not come to the public and front Tinubu after 8 years.
Oh my goodness!
Okay. Oh no. So just eat your suya first, Ego, please. But let me just move you on from that space because I don't really know what that conversation is all about. So let me take you instead to. Okay. Actually, let me take you to. Let me take you to the court dismissing the charges against Agba Jalingo. I'm not quite sure if you know of the narrative of Agba Jalingo.
Yes, I know. Yes.
Yeah. So they've now dismissed the charges. The guy is asking his state governor that what happened to the 500 million that you took out for microfinance, and he charges him with terrorism and treason. You know those are death penalty charges. These charges that they level when they find some Amobo judge that doesn't even know anything, he will just pass death sentence on somebody's own, charging everybody with treason. But they could not bring one iota of evidence, and now they've withdrawn the case, haven't traumatized the guy for 3 years solid, and he is claiming victory. Should even Agba Jalingo be angry? I am angered for him.
Woman, I'm so angry. I follow the space. I know I follow the story very well. And even though I disagree sometimes with my friend Showore really tried for this guy. Showore stood for him. Showore fought for him. I give him kudos for that. Because I saw many videos when Showore went to the police custody, go and visit this guy. Because I think he spent 170 something days in detention before he was released on bail. So, one man, that is what we are saying. We say here every time, let's ask question. But these are the people asking question. What are they getting? Incarceration, detention, frustration. This guy should be suing the state. He should be suing them for damages. He should be suing them for damages. If you charge someone for a crime, if the court accused that person of the charges, he should be suing for damages. They've traumatized this guy emotionally, physically, everything. They traumatized this guy. So I think this guy, if he really wants justice,
for you.
Yes. If he really wants, yes.
Is that Thomas?
Yes, please.
Do you believe in Awolowo as a Yoruba man?
I believe.
Good. Osibanjo has the Awolowo blood in him. He should be the next president of this
We are
country.
changing the topic.
So
That is my position. Take it or you leave
because
it.
of
Everybody
blood.
with this position. Tell me your
We have
position.
moved on, my
Because I
brother.
understand that the wife is an
Move
Awolowo
space.
No,
generation.
Oshibado doesn't have
Oh
a
my
whole
goodness.
of blood, or his
He
wife
has it
is a
because the wife
granddaughter.
is an Awolowo generation.
Yes, the
Am I
wife is a
correct?
granddaughter. No, the wife is a granddaughter, but that's not Oshibajo's blood now.
If
That's
the wife
blood.
is a granddaughter, then what about it? What makes
But
him?
that,
What
how does
about
that?
But
Is
Igbo,
that
this
is
is
that
not
when
a
they're doing
monarchy, though.
bedmatics that the blood changes?
one
This is
man.
not a
What
One
monarchy.
man. See, this is 2023 politics. Everybody must defend his candidate. And we must prove facts before these people. I say Osibanjo have a
But
Awolowo
your
blood
fact
in
is
him.
monarchy.
I say
He should be
Osibanjo have a
president.
Awolowo blood in him.
He should
You
be
agree
president
or
because
not?
he marries the daughter
Tell
of
me.
Awolowo.
Yes, of course. Yes.
That's your Nigerian
Yes,
politics.
I said so.
No wonder you
What are you
people have
talking about?
Buhari as a president.
Oh man, I hope Ego is not drunk.
We know it. We saw him drinking already from Mama Puts. Ego. We saw you. Make a taste time first. Add extra. We were hearing everything. There it is. So we know where you are.
Maybe I was trying to find out if the beer is cool, man. I just wanted to drink some beer.
You want to find out if
okay,
so if she opens the beer and it's not
if
she opens the beer and it's not cold, who will pay for it?
No, she will not open it. I will touch it. I said, let me touch it and I feel it. It's cold.
No, you said let me taste it. We heard you now.
No, I said let me touch it. Let me touch. No, go back to that. Let me touch the beer whether it's cold. Come on. How can you taste the beer to know if it's cold? One man. Take it easy now.
You know you have funny ways. Now, you have funny ways, Ego. You and your ways. Yeah,
So,
but thank you. Back to Thomas. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So, for me, the guy should be suing for damages, and I know if the guy really have a good lawyer, he will at least he can win something from the state government. That is what we say every time. People come here, we should ask question. But if you ask question, what is going to happen? There's a story trending now on the internet about one lady, a crippled lady that lost his child in one pastor's church. The lady has been arrested now for asking for the missing of his son. So it's just everywhere, woman, from the pastor to the politician to everyone. So I hope this guy will be suing for damages, and I hope he will get justice. And I give kudos to Shore for this one. I give kudos to him. He did well. He stood with this guy. Yes, want to say something?
Can I cut
Yes, please.
The one that the money that Igboho won from the court, have they paid him?
They will never pay him.
This country is just too tiring, I beg. Even if you win a case against the government, I heard Igboho got about 2 billion or something. Have they paid
20 billion? 20 billion.
20 billion. Do you think this government can?
I heard it was 500 million.
This is the reason why a lot of people don't even have hope. You can continue, my brother.
Yes, yes. I want to ask you a question before. Why will a court of competent jurisdiction proclaim a court judgment and the government they will not obey the court judgment? Have you ever seen that in any place?
No, it's impunity now. It's when we say we are helpless in the country, we are helpless in that country because there's no recourse to assert your right as a human being within the Nigerian space. Hold on, sorry, please. There's no recourse to assert your right as a human being. So you feel aggrieved, you take to law, the law finds that your rights have been trampled on, they pronounce a judgment, and the government ignores it. So then what do? So then when you get to that point, when you get that judgment and you are elated, but then the government ignores it, they say release this guy from prison, they hold you, they say pay him compensation, they chase you away. So when you get to that point, then you realize that you are helpless in that country, and that is where your heart sinks, that you are a captured person. You have no recourse, you have no rights unless somebody just wants to show like, yes, you have no rights in Nigeria. So that's the thing, not even in law, but I saw that you wanted to say.
Yes, but isn't this part of the problem of the people too? Who is giving them impunity? They locked previous Anambra State governor in jail cell. The people he stole money from are shouting, oh, the way they took picture is not professional. The person that took the picture must be fired. They are not focusing on the problem that at least they've
they've picked that guy up, the one that videoed him and put it on social media.
Yes, but you see, these same Nigerians that we keep trying to fight for fought to get that person that took the picture arrested more than the governor that stole from them. They are
no, they are two different things, though. They're two different things. Because the guy that took the video snap and put it on social media, that was an abuse of position.
Okay, so that's one man. One man. Don't the picture of the person that he took did not abuse his position. So why?
No, but that's a different thing now. So that is a different wrong.
No, one man. Nigerians at this point should not be seeing it as a different thing. If you catch one, shame him, because when this
no, they will still shame him. But what the EFCC operative that took his clip and put it on social media did was also wrong. So that also has to be addressed.
Yes, but the anger for both. Measure the anger that they put on the person that took the picture. Measure the anger of the person that is stealing from them. That's what I'm saying. And no. Where their anger is supposed to be challenged towards is not. They are challenging their anger towards rubbish. They are cowering towards the people that
but they are equally angry in both directions, is the thing.
They are not. I don't understand. They are not equally angry. From what I saw, they are not equally angry. These people in comment section,
from what part of, oh my God, from what angle are you? Are you everywhere, or you are in one section? Because when we were here yesterday, I personally don't like the guy, because I have my own serious reason of why would somebody who is in a state that is the square meter is less than a local government in Niger State be exporting ugu instead of concentrating on the tech base of that state. So we already knew that he was trying to steal. Because exporting ugu, how much can you make from that? Just a dubious way of, and now it is coming out that this is the way he used to siphon money, because we are suspecting. So a lot of people don't be misunderstanding. Even those people you call IPOP, they don't like this guy because this guy made soldiers coming. So I don't understand where you are getting your own information from. If his sycophants are angry, let them be angry. Everybody has sycophants. But you cannot say the Igbos are angry that they arrested. Why would we be angry? Even the
but we heard from Father Ebube so yesterday. Now we heard from Papa.
Yeah, those are his sycophants. Oh, you don't know that sycophants are in many places.
All right, so everybody is a sabo. You look at it. Look at this guy.
No, I'm just saying. You know that even the IPOP people, there are many, and they don't like this guy. So what are we saying?
But X0, I'm talking from what I saw on Twitter. I'm talking from what I saw on Instagram. Most people were even saying that the only reason why he was arrested, not even the picture, the only reason why he was arrested is because he's from the East.
That's what that's a psychopath. You know, there's psychopaths everywhere, even in social media.
Basically, X0, majority of the people on social media are psychopaths.
Man, you don't know that they are paid social media rats.
Wow.
That's where the psychophancy is reigning.
Sounding more and more ridiculous, but that's not my point.
Let me tell you something. Even Tinubu, as you okay. No, you can go ahead with your point, but what I'm saying is the demon you feed is the one you see. If you want to base your point on the negativity, you always have a lot of excuses. But what I'm telling you is a lot of Igbos don't even like this guy. Because of the way, look at the lawlessness.
Why are they not voicing out to counter the
people? Why are they not voting? You ask me. Most of the people you see on the internet, are they the ones voting? There are a lot of sycophants, paid sycophants. Don't get it wrong, my brother. That's what I'm saying. So if you think that Igbos are like that, well, I'm sorry, I can't change your mind. Just to let you know that a lot of people don't like that guy.
I did not say Igbos, but you know.
No, but you said they. When you are saying they, is it Yoruba people we are talking to?
I'm talking about people of Anambra.
Yeah, are they not Igbos?
Okay.
Yeah, Igbos now.
Anyway,
Thank you.
anyway, my point was that these people that you are saying, oh, they've seen that these people have impunity and they are being held hostage and there's nothing they can do. This is where they are supposed to fight for their rights. But what do? They give up and they continue with the system. They persevere as it's getting worse and worse and worse. So who is really the problem? If they're expecting somebody to fight for them, most especially the government, they are just wasting their time. Nothing will happen and things will keep getting worse. The people have to do something too. You can't just keep
all right, thank you, Sally. So, Thomas, round off your thought on that space, and then I'll go on to Ete.
Yes, in the backdrop of what you said earlier on, that we don't have
to go on to me. I'm in Nigeria that there is no light.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'll come to you. You are right. I'll come to you. Yeah.
Yes. So, back to what you said, one man, that we don't have, that I think we have been captured. I watched Daily Farotimi on the maybe Arise New or so, when he's narrating on the NSAS issue. A senior lawyer, a competent, a professional lawyer, he almost cursing because he saw through all the process of the NSAS panel and he couldn't see any justice. He was almost cursing. So that's as you said, the court doesn't give you justice. So it's just one man. Let's just move on.
Yes, it's a helpless situation and a hopeless situation. And the people, they're so docile and submissive that, they just, they continue to be trampled upon, but there's no spark in the Nigerian person that shows that they are, that they want to resist oppression. There's no spark. But I thank you, Thomas. Let's go on from you to Igor. So, Igor, let's come to you as we continue to. Which one is it? Is it trophy that you are drinking, or look at this guy?
Yeah, it was a 3-3. Sorry, not trophy. It was 3-3. No, I'm at home now. Okay. I just went to see some friends of mine. I saw a write up there by Gomez. Who I respected so much, and he used a word that the ego is a show off guy. Come on, Gomez. Come on.
Are you not? Are you not a show off?
I am not.
I am not a show off now.
I'm challenging the critics. I'm challenging the way you guys are criticizing the country, people of this country.
You're always flexing now. You're always flexing on this. You switch on your camera and show your mansion and show gold and silver.
We are suffering and smiling here, Oga.
No, but that's different. They say you are showing off you're a show off now. Come on now, we know that. You are showing off your big boyism. Your big boyism is what you are showing off.
Stop that.
I'm surprised you are telling us that you are drinking 3-3 when Nigeria was good. 3-3 is for gate man and bricklayers.
I am a gate man now.
And you show off. You show off. Say you drink. And you go talk say money day Nigeria. You drink 3-3. Now 3-3 you go show off for 3-3. Which one you did?
There is no light. What I asked for there, I asked them, I said I need something cool. And what they presented was a trophy and a 3-3, including anything. And then the 3-3 was preferable by my friend sitting by me. That was why I said you should give us that one. And that's not it has nothing to do with whatever. Come on, man.
No champagne today. No champagne today.
No. This is Monday now. I just went for a
bricklayer. They drink 3-3.
I went for a business discussion. I'm a bricklayer. I'm a great man. It doesn't matter. So far we are living. That's it. Suffering and smiling. No problem.
All right, good. Always a delight to have you, Igor. So, Igor, let me take you to this Anambra space. So, a lot of people were celebrating and jubilating when this guy was made governor of that space with great expectations. But his landing port, Anambra prisoners will soon be able to watch football and movies. So, this guy goes to the prison, tells Soludo, perhaps they should have detained him there for being stupid. But he's now promising that he's going to introduce televisions and sports facilities and jacuzzis and massage parlors, etc. to the prisoners. So the prisoners now, the better life for rural women, better life for
How
prisoners.
about one man?
So is this the best spend of the state funds?
I will say
because
one
what
man.
we want in Nigerian prisons is for them to be eating gari and beans 3 times a day so that they can reflect on what brought them there. But he's offering them football and movies and jacuzzis. So what are you then making then of this governor?
I think the guy is one of the best governors that we have met in Anambra. True. Yes, you are talking of giving them beans and rice. Is that what they give you in London when you are in prison?
I don't know. I've never been to prison, funnily enough.
Because they commit crime. Allow me land one man.
One man.
So are you saying one man has been to prison?
Question before me.
Allow me to one man. Tell her now.
Go on.
You go. So you mean that everybody has gone to prison? Look at the way you asked that question. Is that what they do in London?
Wait. It's my turn. You can oppose me when it comes to come and interject what you want. Let me speak, please. Now, one man said that our former, what do you call it, central bank governor should go and tell them that they should come and they go and be telling them how they will be thinking of eating gari and this and that. And then I asked a question. I say in the prison in England, do they give them gari or whatever they are talking about? Listen. This man has brought a better proposal.
They do to answer that
you
question.
You are a prisoner does not mean you have no right.
They do.
No matter the kind of crime you have committed in this country, you have the right to good food, good bed, good everything, because you have already been stripped of your freedom. That's what goes on across the Western world. So if they introduce that in Anambra, give kudos to the man and don't destroy him for doing that. No. That's my position.
Ego, to answer your question. To answer your question, they do feed them gari in prisons in the United Kingdom. You know when you are going to
they give them better room, right? They have lights.
No. You know what when you are going to prison, you know what they say you are going to do? They say you are going to do porridge. That's what they call going to prison. They say you are going to do porridge because that is what they feed them, the equivalent of gari and beans. They just feed them porridge. That is it, because they are not in a 5-star establishment and they are being punished. So you're offering them movies and football and a massage. Is it going to even pay for Ron's girls to be coming to play? What sort of governorship is this guy?
He just did the right thing, young man. He did the right thing. I commend him for that.
You commend him for going to prison.
Excuse me, let me talk, one man. Your position should not be mine. Okay. And please allow me air my opinion, okay?
Okay, go on.
You are very easy to go and steal bread in England. You are very easy to go and commit a crime and go and live in a fancy AC, wherever prison, doing gym, doing this, getting visit, telephone, this and that. And you want the average black man here to be eating beans and sand. You better remove your ideas from what you think. What that man went to do in the prison is the best. In fact, they should improve this prison to the standard where they can have internet and communicate with their family, if it's possible.
Thank you. Me. Do the people on the streets?
This is what goes on across the world. This is what goes on in the US.
Ego,
may God bless the governor. May God bless the current governor for that. Please move on.
Hold on. Do the people on the streets, the average Nigerian, do they have access to the DSTV to watch football and movies?
But they are better than those that are stripped of their freedom. They have access to freedom of movement. But these people are confined in a particular place.
And why is that? Why are they confined?
So one man, you are in England and you think like a black man. You know the black people, they have black hats.
Black
Is he a white man?
You are in England and you think like a black man. To be confined where you eating clapping your hands that you are living in a better country. You in the diaspora are the destroyers of this country.
God.
Is that the 3-3? Is that the 3-3 talking now?
No, it's the good
talking. In fact, it's always difficult to agree. But those who agree with me, we agree with me.
No.
Forget about it. I told you, if I said to you that I'm drinking wine, you will not be anointed.
Ego, I'm sorry to butcher your boss. You're the problem. And you're in the problem. Because the woman hit it.
Okay, you want to go to UK prison and telephone. Your brother should go to prison here and be eating things. You Africans. You Africans across those Western world, be careful of the words that come out of
This is
your
why
mouth.
we're allowed to talk into this world. Because Africa don't think. We're lying to
One
ourselves.
man, can you move to the next question? I've heard my opinion on that.
Man, come on, man. You know the
All
truth.
right.
The
All
truth
right, thank
shall be
you.
It's just
free.
funny how Ugo that is
For what?
outside of prison, struggling
I've
to
held
get
my
cold beer,
position.
and
Move
expect
to the
people in
next
prison in
question,
Nigeria to be
please.
drinking
I
cold drink
suppose to look
when
at
they
you
can't
doing
even
very
provide
well.
light for
One
you
man,
that you are
please.
free.
One man, please give this
Yeah.
guy 100 days before you start criticizing him. And this is the beginning of this. You know, this kind of
No,
criticism.
that is not the most judicious spend of public funds to be going to
I don't
prison
think.
to offer them
This
DSTV
is just the beginning.
and
It's
that's
just the
that
beginning.
that's that
It
if
is
that
a
is
good step.
indicative of where
It
it's
is a
heading,
welcome
then it is
development.
cause for
And I
concern for the
expect
people
that
of
all
Anambra.
governors should copy
He
from
Please, let's
started
Tinubu.
just
on
give
the
him
wrong
100
footing.
days.
Okay, it's a
He
welcome
has started on the
development.
wrong footing.
I expect that governors should copy from Suludo so that our citizens in the prison can have access to even a better life, even if they are confined to a particular place. That one is enough for their punishment. They should not stab them and give them poison to eat because they are in the prison. They should allow them access
Yes,
to television,
I support you, Ugo.
access to a better bed to sleep, foam and everything, good clothes to wear, changing their clothes up and down in the place. That's what they do in the UK. Don't tell me what I know.
Oh, God.
How do you know?
How do you know? Have you been to prison in the UK?
Really?
Yes, good
Really?
Have you been
question.
to the UK?
Okay. Oh, no, the whole of you here just think you are the first to arrive in Texas like a
No,
jolly.
no. Oh,
You think you are
settle down, Nico.
Please,
We
look
know
at
you are a
young man here. He did
well-traveled
10
man.
years in
So,
England. If you want to hear from me, 10 years, it's with me. If you want, they can speak to you people.
No say
You
anything now.
people,
Why
you
they
just
attack you
believe
now?
that when you go to this white man country and they give you cheese and take you to this rubbish place, you come and tell Africans that the continent is
oh,
nothing.
goodness me.
You are not
Don't forget
contributing
your
anything to it.
Otimotio, look at that.
Otimotio, one man, don't run away from the fact.
Oti Shayo.
Shayo matter. When you are catching them, when you put handcuff in their hand, they tell you shayo, or you go.
Igor,
I said, tell
Igor,
me, in England that you
Igor,
are,
this is what
do
they
they give them
Igor,
beans
this is
to
what they
eat
call
in prison?
biapologist. Every time you want to come here, you be drinking 3-3. This is not biapolo.
What I drank was just a bottle of 3-3 or 2, whatever. So I am not
Are
that
you
kind.
sure?
I am not that kind of person. I'm not a drunk, my dear. See, what I'm speaking, it has nothing to do with drinking or whatever. It is fact. And don't be diverting the mind. Don't be bending the mind of people and taking them to where you can confuse them. Defend my position. I say in England that you are young men. Do you eat beans in their prison? Don't they change your clothes?
They eat porridge.
Don't
I
you
already
have
told
beds
you.
where
They
you
eat
sleep?
porridge. They eat
Why do you
porridge, which
want
is
these
the
people in
equivalent.
Africa to listen in the floor? Wicked mind of black man.
Okay. All right. I'm almost afraid to ask you the next question, but I will.
Ask me, you will be afraid because I have destroyed you. I have dropped missile in your platform and you are running. Ask me.
Igor, in the American prisons, they eat bad foods. I've seen the documentaries.
Oh, sometimes if the guards,
no, sometimes
you are a tired guy.
If the guards
you saw documentary, they will not go and sleep there, gentleman.
I'm telling you, sometimes if the guards are against you, they will not even give you. They will miss your meal sometimes.
Please bring the next question. One man, I'm here.
All right. This is something that I have always wanted to initiate a conversation around, but it's never really taken off. But now we hear it from revered quarters. Arabs are racist. Former Emir of Kano's daughter, Shahida, shares her experience of racism in Saudi Arabia. So
absolutely.
A lot of the North, they aspire to be Arab-like, both in religion and also in culture. But the Arabs, they see you as lesser than them. They traditionally always have, and they always certainly will do. So
of course, that is true. They are racist.
These people, they will loot our money, take it to Saudi because they want to have that lifestyle and association. But these people don't respect them to the point that she was telling us that her gate man, and how did she even get a gate man? What does she do for a living to afford the life she's living in Saudi? But that's a different matter. But her gate man in Saudi, even he was looking down at her for being black. So this is the thing. This aspiration, this luster, this anchor towards wanting to be Arab-like that they have, especially in the core north, but the Arab have no regard for them. So what are you then making then of this admission by the Emir's daughter?
What the Emir daughter has said, there is nothing wrong with what she has said. She just said the absolute truth. Or you've not met the Arabs in Dubai sometimes. Even Dubai is better. They are the biggest racists. I agree with the Emir of Kano or Emir daughter. They are the biggest, they're even worse than the West. This Arab you see, you don't know what they do to our daughters, our girls, our sisters that are in their country. If you understand, including the men, wherever, you will know that not only racism, they don't end up in racism. They even go deeper. They go further more. You know the high level of slavery in these Arab countries? Because they are not presenting in
you know they still do it. Still till date, they still have
He
slavery.
did have a lot of evidence, a lot of videos. I am witness to some of them. Huh? So it's normal. We know these things. So what the Emir daughter has said is the absolute truth. No one to argue that with her. Yes, move to the other question, Mr.
Okay, so the wind of change is sweeping to the Nigerian political space, Igbo. Just recently, we heard about the sacking of David Umahi and his deputy Igwe, and that was from a different court. But a succeeding court has also taken it further to sack 20 Cross River lawmakers for defecting to APC with Ayade. Two of them are assembly members. So this now thing of being able to use one party to get a position and then take their vote to another, and the position that you got another party is now something that the Nigerian judiciary is looking to stamp out. Well done, would you say, Ego?
It must stop. In the first place, you know, Benayade, some people, they are jealous of the achievement of some people. I don't know why black people think like this. Ayade always
is it because they have black minds?
Excuse me, let me talk, sir. Please. Ayade always refer to Tinapa, being jealous of Donald Duke. Mr. Man, stop referring to Tinapa. Do something different out of Tinapa without talking about Tinapa. Let the people of Rivers State see, or the people of Calabar. Yeah? Than for you to criticize everybody that you are the best. At the end of the day, the platform that brought you to power, you jump from the platform and run to another platform and come and be telling people of Calabar that you are this and you are that. This is the behavior of short people. If you take to anybody that is a short person, you don't want intimidation at all. So when you try to intimidate them, you will see their action. That's the character of Ayade. So the 20 people that are sacked are not enough. The court should go ahead and sack Ayade himself so that he will go and sit somewhere and let the next PDP wherever be issued the ticket of certificate of return. That's my position.
Oh, okay, that is Ebonyi, which we are coming to in a moment. But what is Tinapa? What is Tinapa that you are referencing?
Tinapa was one of the tourist center that Donado built.
Oh yes, I remember. Okay,
yeah, thank you. To ranch or whatever. That is making this tourist
to derelict now, isn't it? Is it not derelict now?
Ayade is condemning it. Instead of Ayade to improve and develop in it, he is condemning it and trying to destroy that young governor who has left office. These are the characters of black people. Their mission is to tear you down. Their mission is not to bring up their own name, but to destroy your own personality. It's the characters of black people. I'm telling you.
You just speaking my
language. Can I interject?
Sorry, Ego. Which part of Europe are you from? Which part of Europe are you from?
Europe. I'm an African. Who told you am I?
Okay, so are you included in the character of the black people that you are maligning?
I am number one.
You are different, Abi.
I am number one of those characters, but I'm telling you that I am not doing it because I'm number one because I'm a black man. But these are their characters. They will never appreciate you, even when you put your life forward to get them to where they are. They can fight you. What?
Igbo, are you aware that is the characteristics of politics? It's done even in
No. It's not the
characteristics of politics.
Excuse me, where are you speaking from? Sorry, where are you speaking from, sir?
I'm speaking from somewhere.
Not somewhere, talk
Ego, can
to,
I
are they
interject?
Nigeria, are they Lagos? So where are
Ego,
you speaking from?
I'm not in
Ego, can I
Nigeria, but I'm speaking from somewhere. That is a
From somewhere,
characteristic
this guy is
of
speaking from somewhere. The
Ego,
one
politics.
can
man
I
is the
interject?
UK. I just go to
Ego,
America. You know where you
Ego,
dey? Now Ghana
can
you
I,
dey. I mean you dey for
Ego,
Cotonou. Talk.
Ego, can I
Answer
interject?
in question
I'm thinking
now.
from
Ego.
somewhere. You dey for Cotonou, I mean you dey Niger. Talk. I'm thinking for somewhere.
Are they for Seychelles?
Seychelles is an island. If you're in Seychelles, it's an island. Tell us you're in Seychelles. I've been to Seychelles before. Okay? I've been to Seychelles for honeymoon. What do these guys they really talk, sir? And what for now? Talk to me. I am here to answer you. What I'm telling you is quite clear. And nothing will change for what I'm saying. What I said is that Africans, we get this character of tearing ourselves down. Oh my God, what the fuck? We have this character of tearing ourselves down. Even if we are doing the right thing, we'll find a way to tear down ourselves. And
Should we not be critical of ourselves? Ego, with this,
how can you be telling the public that people that are in prison that has already been stripped of their freedom already, that they should not give them food?
Why are they in prison, Ego?
They should not give them good food to eat. And then I ask you,
why are they in prison? Why are they in prison?
Oh my God. Can you answer my question? Answer me as I ask you why are they in prison? Why are you talking like a black man, one man?
Let me answer your
question.
One
man, why are you talking like a black man? Why?
Maybe because I am one. Maybe that might be the reason. Maybe because I am one.
Been stripped of his freedom in the prison. What else do you want to do to that person?
Why were they stripped of their freedom?
Oga, the freedom has been stripped. No matter what, whether they kill people, whether they are Putin, whether they are wherever they are, whether they are murderer, they've been stripped of their freedom. What do you want? You don't want them to give them food to eat? Black man.
They shouldn't be giving them the
really?
It's meant to be a punitive space. It's a punitive space. Is it? It's meant to be punishment. Now. Is it meant
to blame the UK that allow a black man to come and own their passport?
One man, I beg to differ.
Is prison meant to be is prison meant to be punishment for a crime?
The punishment is the imprisonment, but it's a reformatory place. So it's not supposed to be something you push people to the wall. So people have rights
because they are in prison, they should not eat.
So they should be giving them jacuzzi. They should be putting
they can eat the best foods, of course. Because being in prison alone,
my brother, God will bless you.
Being in prison alone is enough psychological trauma. No. They should be given the best of everything.
I say black people be afraid of them. Look at one man who is the best of everything from Oyo. He's saying they should not give prisoner food in this country. One man. You should be ashamed of this statement you are making.
But I did not say that, though, did I?
That's what you are saying.
I did not say that. I said they should not be giving them. They should not build a luxurious establishment.
They should build it
as a punitive facility
for them because their freedom has been stripped already. They should build it. I support Governor Chukwuma Soludo. What are you talking about?
And don't forget that most of the people there are innocent. Some of the people they are innocent.
They are nonsense. How do you know that?
Because Nigeria's
judiciary without things. Wouldn't you come and say that they are giving you racism in UK?
Yeah, some people are there because they can't pay bill.
And you say
the people in prison are innocent. Listen to what you just said.
I said some people are innocent. Some of them are innocent.
How have you
arrived at that? Nigerian judiciary is for the highest bidder. So you should know that.
But you cannot say that without knowing that to be the case. Which innocent person is in prison?
Some of the people that are in prison, some are innocent. So you know.
Even Oga, none of them are innocent. We agree. One man has crucified them. Give them good food before you kill them. Okay?
You see,
Black man.
If that is how prison is, maybe I should go and commit a crime and come to Anambra State.
It is better you live here and come to Nigeria and commit crime and come and stay in Soludo prison.
5-star with jacuzzi, and it's paying for runs girls, you know.
You see, but one what's funny, the same thing Igbo they say, the Eastern will keep saying the same thing Igbo saying, but it's not saying. You guys talk about laughing, now Igbo just say the truth. May God bless him for saying that. You see?
Oh, you were lambasting him a minute ago, Charles. You were telling him off a minute ago. So now God bless him.
The truth to come and bite
One
you.
man, even do you know that some of the iPod people that were picked, some people were picked on the streets and told their iPod, and they're just locked up in different cells.
Who told you that? That's just that's a made up story.
Yes, but
no. There's a guy that came out after 7 or 8 years of being picked as a Masob. He was even the days of Masob. And he said he's not a Masob member.
In prison for 10 years, 7 years.
Yes.
They don't know anything. And one man is telling us that they should not
are you believing him verbatim?
Give them food to eat.
No, but if you don't have reasonable evidence to lock somebody up, why would you just put them in prison?
That is not the issue. That is not the issue. How they got to the prison is not the issue. The issue is people outside should have better lives than people in incarceration. That is just the way it is everywhere around the world.
Oh, God, fine. We are not saying that you don't have better life. What we are saying that it's not wrong for
Anambra has jacuzzi in their homes. Do they have
I cannot argue with you on this one because we are not on the same frequency on this one.
They've not finished feeding Nigeria and they want to
look at that.
They want to
and Premier League football.
Feed yourself.
Premier League football.
Even some people are abroad, they cannot afford Sky.
What kind of talk are you people talking here? This discussion is below par. How can you?
The action itself is below par. The action itself is below par. Of all of the pressing needs, of all of the pressing needs that Anambra State has, what the governor deems fit is as his first project to announce his arrival is to go to prison and install DSTV and jacuzzi.
You are over exaggerating that. Are you sure of that jacuzzi and DSTV?
Well, you know, might as well. Is that not the language of it all?
Man, one man, please. I think when I saw that story, honestly, I was thinking, is this the solution he was talking about? But I think he was passing by, and this is one of the places where his reforms are going to touch, and it is closed, and he decided to just pass by and see it. That's what I think. But I don't think he went there full force and said, okay, now I'm governor, let us start work, and prison must be reformed. I don't think that's the mindset. I don't think so.
We see the power of Nigeria. When one get do a good step, Nigeria don't like it. That's the power of Nigeria. That's when Nigeria don't think white. It's just doing the reason why the woman.
Right. So this governor is now on the watch list. He's on the watch list now. So
give him 100 days first. Give him 100 days.
If he carries on in this manner, then the verdict will come in sooner than that. But so he's now on the watch list. We are keeping an eye on him. This odd behavior from Governor Soludo. But let's take you to a more elegant behavior from the Nigerian judiciary. Issue certificate of return to Igirawe and Udogwu immediately. PDP tells INEC. So, Igor, we're going to Ebonyi State, and that judgment that came out about a week or so ago. So, the governor of Ebonyi State, he has gone to the court to ask for a stay of execution, which has been refused, which then tells us that the judgment subsist. So the judgment of the court was for the INEC to withdraw the certificate of return immediately and take names to substitute from PDP. PDP have submitted the names to INEC. So if the governor has been sacked, which then makes him no longer a governor, and PDP are not issuing a certificate of return to the candidates put forward by PDP, then that leaves a vacuum in power in Ebonyi State. So should INEC move quickly to act now on this judgment of court? Igor.
See, this is the best judgment this country can ever have in the history of politics. The best judgment. See, all those defectors, they should be boiling hot water or wherever and be drinking it because they all will go to prison or they will lose their office. The judges are ready for them in this country. Are you getting what I'm saying? Umahi or David and his wherever, they should run away from the government house and they themselves should surrender the power to PDP without even certificate of return because they are disgrace to this country. These people, they now act as animals that are in the village that eat one in the bush or in the forest that eat one another. They don't have any dignity, no integrity for themselves at all. They act like a 5-year-old baby without thinking it twice. You will know that these are the people that brought you to power. The next thing you will dump them. Are you dumb? Nothing is in your brain. This is what we got. I'm supporting these judges. We are expecting more judgment of such. Those who have run like Ayade should be removed from office. And a PDP aspirant, all those defectors who came into office with another whatever party's power, they must go back to where they belong.
All right, thank you. So, what is Chris saying? Chris says, one, he never said jacuzzi. So, yes, he never said jacuzzi, but the totality of everything still indicates in that direction. He wants to jacuzzify. He wants to jacuzzify the.
I don't know what you want, one man. Do you
I don't want a luxury life for prisoners. I want them to spend their time there reflecting on their.
You advocate for a prison where they give raw beans in this country? Is that what you advocate for? Raw beans.
Not raw beans, because that will be barbaric, but cooked beans.
Okay. Do you advocate for a prison where they give you 14,000 for a day for food and they give you 1 meat and 1 banku? Why are you talking? Why are you speaking this kind of thing in the public space? We need a better prison. We need a prison reform in this country. So if Governor Shukuma Soludo has started it, we should support him. We need a prison that is as better than 5-star hotel.
And the guy said he was going to be driving. The guy said he was going to be driving. Hold on,
innocent.
He said he was going to be driving innocent motors, but what I saw was G-wagons and Hummers in his convoy.
So maybe for the moment, innocent motor
is under the spotlight. Is a suspicious guy.
Are you sure of that?
Suspicious guy. Is a suspicious guy.
So
are you sure of that, one man?
I saw it now.
One man. This guy just came to office 3 days ago. You forgot that his wife was giving a dirty slap out of the office 3 days ago.
No, it's not his own wife.
Allow this sitting governor to get himself. 3 days started criticizing him why he do this, why one man.
Igo, can I say something? You know, one man like Tinubu to become president. Since Tinubu say he wants to be
this guy is a tribal peacock now.
God, that's a bit harsh. That's unfair. That's unfair now.
It is fair because you always. No, it's not true. You are not tribal peacock because I remember you are one of the supporter of this article. So you are not a tribal. But listen, one man is so sentimental. He believes in Yoruba brain and Yoruba genius. And I'm supporting one of them, Osibanjo.
He loves Tinubu.
Whether you like, I'm not there for Tinubu line, no. Me, I'm not there for that.
One man like Tinubu, where?
Osibanjo.
Why are you putting drugs in my pocket? I am here now.
It's Tinubu you always say Tinubu will become president.
Everybody knows it.
No.
You always say that now.
No, I don't say. I said I don't object to. Would you rather Sowore was president? Of course, we want a serious person there.
Are you comparing Sowore and Tinubu now?
No. We did that yesterday, and it just ended up in a mess. But no, yeah. Yeah. So, Igor, round off your thoughts on that space, and then I'll take you to another talking point.
Yes, what I'm saying is, if you look at what wherever the court is deciding now, we should be praying for such competent judges across the board, across the entire country. So that, see, when politicians fool us, the judiciary should come up and save this country. When politicians believe, okay, look at Malami, he just went to the court to strip one sexual order for 80-something from that thing. That is barbaric. See, we expect another judge to overturn that kind of judgment. Nigeria is not a banana republic. The youth today are wiser than even those who think that they are generational antiquity or what do I call it, ancestors. So they must know that whatever they are doing, there is awareness everywhere. So if there is a judgment in which those who stole mandate of another party and took the mandate of another party is being restored, we should be thanking these judges. for a better what do you call it? A better railway for us to move. Because when they begin this decision, it will be difficult for others to what do you call it? Decamp, because they know there will be consequences. So they will think it twice. For me to go and use APC to come to power and defect to PDP, it will not be working again. And then we begin. This takes me to the point why I used to tell you guys that, see, the building of this country is a protest. Nigeria is a process. Nigeria can be rebuilt. Africa can, if Nigeria failed, the whole Africa will fail. Nigeria will not fail. Nigeria can be rebuilt when we begin to have these competent leaders like the Musibanjo that have their wall blood in him, which the Yorubas they believe in. When we begin to have leaders like them, Yesu Wike, fearless people who want to make decisions, don't want to know who you are. If we begin to have leaders like them, Bukola Saraki, people who can block legislation that is not going across the country, when we begin to have leaders that stood up for the people, then we will be seeing these changes. It took this Western world years to be where they are. So there must be change in this Africa, and Nigeria must lead the way for those change. So all these things you are saying, to me, I'm an optimist. I'm an optimist. I believe that tomorrow Nigeria will be better. If you can believe that Nigeria has scattered, you want to destroy it with your mouth. But for me, tomorrow Nigeria will be better. That's my own belief.
But most of these Western countries,
in 100 years,
you know, got better when the people stood up against their leaders.
Okay. So join us, you people from the diaspora that is coming here to tell us that we should shop beans in prison. Join us and tell the leaders of this country that we need a better
how can we join you? We'll be
ready
in this country.
But what is wrong with beans? What is wrong with beans?
No, right. No, one man said it should be uncooked beans. I will sleep on the floor without coke.
Fear God now. Fear God now. What are you doing now? When did I say uncooked beans? I said they should feed them beans, and because the traditional food in prison in Nigeria is beans and gari now.
One man, sometimes that is how you put your own now. Why are you tension of mine?
Why is he giving them steaks and caviar and whatnot? You know, caviar.
But how many people do they even stay in a room in that prison, in those Nigerian prisons? How many people in a room?
Are you talking of in a room? Who can tell?
Yes.
But what I know about Nigerian prison, I thought it's a hall. No, I thought it's a hall.
Because did they provide them palm wine too? Palm wine.
This is the thing, no, and the babes. Are providing babes to prisoners?
What are you even saying? I don't understand.
I'm asking.
What is this?
Your brother, let your brother mistakenly be involved now in a crime and know what is about, what the prison is about. Yeah, is it particular? Must you commit crime before you go to the prison? Innocent people go to prison every time. You can be eyewitness or something and go to prison. You can be on the road where there is a crime and go to prison. Anybody goes to prison, sir. So because they are in prison, will not make you give them raw fish to eat, according to one man. Yeah.
All right.
Not make you give them.
Okay, let me take you to an innocent person that was imprisoned. But your hope in Nigeria, it certainly looks as though it's well placed within the judiciary space, because we're getting some fairly decent judgments at the moment. Court dismisses terrorism, treasonable felony charges against Nigerian journalist Agba Jalingo. So I'm not sure if you have been following the story of this guy, because his story runs just side by side with the Omoyele Sowore narrative. So this guy, he was calling his own state governor to account. The state governor had withdrawn a 500 million naira from the state coffers for microfinance. But he took the money, but the money did not appear in the microfinance space. And this guy, this was in Cross River, by the way. So this guy then alarmed to the space. He says the 500 million was approved, released for floating the Cross River State microfinance by the state. But the money was not for the purpose and is missing from the state coffers. And for that, this guy, the governor then had him picked up for charges of terrorism, cultism, treasonable felony, and an attempt to overthrow the state the state government. So this guy has spent close to a year in prison, 170 something days, 179 days. And still now, up till now, I think this was in 2019, it's only recently now that the government actually withdrew its charges against this guy and said he had no case to answer. But the trauma of it all, justice Nigeria style, do you want to be at the behest of the Nigerian system? Ego.
The Nigerian style and the system of justice now, if we are getting the support from the leadership of this the Supreme Court or wherever, if they are making the right judgment in this country, it will help strengthen democracy in Nigeria. See, these politicians that have disappointed us so much, we all know. See, even though you are an Igbo man or Yoruba man, if Hausa has failed Hausa, Fulani has failed Fulani, Igbo don't fail Igbo, Yoruba, we have seen everything in this country. We are begging for a one Nigeria where everybody will be equal, regardless of your religion or your tribe, wherever you came from. Where judgment will be fair for all, being women and men or wherever. Equality for all, equality for all. This is what we are. This is the Nigeria we are. This is the Nigerian dream we all are aspiring.
Thank you for saying that.
Thank you. See, this is what we all aspired for in this country. If we are not getting these things, it is a duty for us to fight. If we don't have the mechanism to fight the fight, we expect those that are living in England like one man who are more vast and has the mechanism and the technology to help us fight the fight, not to come to the public space and tell us that they should give us beans in the correctional center. And we
but Ego, what do you think we do here every day? Is this not the fight that we fight here every day?
I love that. Yeah, that is the truth. And that is the truth. Where we share ideas to disagree and to agree and to put some opinions up and people we agree with. And it's what we are doing here. That's why I tell Ajay Lekuku that listen, Mr. Man, stop telling me that Nigeria is dead. Tell me that you want to come and restore Surulere or Ajegunle from that dead world leader that come and restore it for us. That's what we want to hear from you. Not they tell me, say you go to threaten me, say they will hold me for road again for Nigeria. Wait till happen, Ajay Lekuku.
It be like say you get issue with Ajay Lekuku.
That's my man.
No, I know. It's banter. So let me take you to the last talking point, Ego. And this, this is somewhat depressing. And you will say that they are bought and paid for, but they still represent that demography. 2023 presidency, youth vow to purchase nomination form for Tinubu. So this is the language, of course, that of despair. Just both for the Nigerian youth, but they don't feel the sense of it. But for us,
I will not say it's a fake news, though.
Yeah. It's not fake news, so it's this absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. I will not say it's a fake news, but I want you guys to understand one thing. These youths of Tinubu or wherever, I am not opposing them. See, they have the right to do whatever they want to do. But I'm telling you that not only youths, not only adults, not only kids, they have bought the form for Sibanjo, and we are mobilizing to bring the Sibanjo form. So everybody has his own supporter. I'm not against them. It is choice. It is democracy. Everybody has the right to pick who he wants. You understand? So when the youth they go to buy, I
was really.
We are moving forward to buy Osibanjo. Don't worry, we are buying it.
You are buying for Osibanjo. You buy for Tinubu and Atiku. Yes, but you buy for Atiku too now.
No, I'm not
you personally. Your demography, the Nigerian youth.
My demography is looking onto Osibanjo. I am not an Atiku fan. He can be the president he wants. I'm not against him, but I'm not his fan.
Ego, I was having the conversation earlier with Thomas, and just we were reflecting on the lack of ambition and the lack of bravery to take on a leadership position by the Nigerian youth. Because this is the perfect storm for them now. This is their moment. This is when they should be championing their own cause. And very quickly, they rally behind the tried and trusted. So we were reflecting that do they not have the bravery to take on leadership?
should I say not that they don't have the bravery? I felt they've not garnered that kind of support that they really need. And a youth, see, we need a Nigerian youth, a young man that will come, age 39 to 42, that will speak to the Nigerian people like the way Barack Obama did it in the 2008 when the whole America they listened. We have intelligent Nigerian men like myself. I can come and defend the country if you give me the opportunity. We have lots of them in this country that will come into the podium and speak to the Nigerian people, intelligent young men that people will listen. But is anyone coming out? No. Why? Because people like you, one man, we first tell them that, where is he coming from, University or Lagos? I'm going to see that, hey, Atiku, come on. You will be the first to lambast him. Just as you have been criticizing Showore here, you have not given him a space in this platform for the whole of this platform to give him, to get his back, or for him to have our back. Rather, we are looking at those hungry people who come and be praying that the folk come, Taribo West, today you must be there, everyone must cut. What is wrong with Taribo West? What is his problem?
It's hunger now. Is the problem of
Nigeria people
hunger.
tell Taribo West that he will be the one to pray for Tinubu to get to power. Is that what they demand of him?
But you know, that adds on to the people buying tickets.
To me.
Yeah.
If he went for a birthday or wherever to, to come or wherever to come on with Tinubu, he should just come on, do what he wants to do and go. I stop telling Nigerians that the four corners of this Nigeria will make him president. Taribo should shut up. I'm not saying he's God. He should shut up and stop telling us that kind of language. Because you went there, what are you going to pray for, Mr. Taribo? This is the position. They should quiet and stop telling Nigerians what they know. Nigerians, their eyes are open in this country. Even Tinubu self, when Taribo was praying, Tinubu was shocked. He had not seen this kind of prayer.
No, he has not seen this kind of hunger.
Tinubu was shocked. He has not the kind of hunger. He has not seen it. He said, now, as footballer, they pray this kind of prayer. So, I'll give this guy 1 million before I go. It'd be like saying number this side.
No, but I also found it laughable. But that Taribo West thing, it marries with these youths who are not empty heads or buying tickets for to form for Tinubu nomination. It's just
How do you know? How do you know?
No, they've come out to say that they are going to purchase Tinubu's. It's even to buy a ticket, it's a political move itself. People will be clamoring to buy nomination forms for the. You see people hustling to buy articles form to be the first to buy it. You see people hustling to buy Saraki's form. Because that already puts you a foot forward. Should these people ever get anything in politics? So it's that hunger narrative, isn't it? And that is the narrative of the Nigerian youth. They're so desperate for the immediate and now. They have no projection to the future, no ambition, no bravado to take on leadership, nothing for us to invest hope in them on. It's just so despairing, Ego.
Yeah, because the political class already frustrated them, giving them peanuts, lying to them. You see, that's the reason I keep telling people that, see, I'm not a Showore fan. But if we should decide to walk behind Showore and stand by, it will be better for the whole of Nigerians. I'm telling you fact. Why? We have seen and had a lot of these people. What are you telling us? Don't you know what Bode George said? He said Tinubu will use better call to carry the whole of Nigeria money. You want to dispute him? You want to say it's lying? Why would you say it's lying?
You see, here's the problem. The youth are the only people saying the truth in Nigeria. That's a fact. You say the truth, but
the youth has already been. I don't know how to describe what they
sorry, Igor. Let me just address what Charles is saying. Charles, you know that Taribo West, he comes under the category of a youth, and these people buying forms for Tinubu, they are youths. So the youths are not saying any truth. They are not at all.
One man.
They are talking double Dutch.
Taribo West is youths.
It's still
Alone.
brackets now. Is it under
No,
45
no, that's not
thereabouts?
what.
Yeah.
No, one man. Anybody over 40. In fact, anybody over 30 is not youth again.
When
It's
we're asking
not.
for
It's
a
not.
youth
It's only
president,
in Nigeria. It's
it
only in
falls
Nigeria that
within
they say all this kind of
it falls.
things.
Sometimes you hear the youth leader of a party and it's been some 60-something-year-old man, but that
They
is
are
the
all
Nigerian
fools.
system.
They are all fools. They are all fooling themselves.
No, but it's very
You
despairing.
understand the reason why the youth. You don't understand the reason why the youth are scared. Cause every time the youth say the truth, people laugh at the youth. They laugh at them. They say it's like a nonsense. People, that's what power in Nigeria. They laugh.
Yeah, but don't say the truth. Assert it is the thing. You know, don't say it. Assert it.
Look what Igbo just said. Fairness. He just said something. I be shouting. People are laughing at me. Now he just said it. You see. People laugh at me. People say, "What friend for what?"
But Jake, one man said, "Don't just say it, assert it. Put actions to your words. If people are going to laugh at you, let them laugh. You know, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it.
When your words is action, nobody will laugh anymore. You know,
exactly.
So yeah.
But that's the truth. You guys don't want to hear it. I'm sorry to say, that's the truth. You guys don't want to hear it.
Okay.
Fairness.
All right.
You see, you just making a good point. Fairness. If you want to come about fairness, fairness means every region should have their own fairness. Every region should allow to be president. Not one region be president every time. People just said it to me. God bless for saying that. I keep preaching here. And you just said the truth.
All right. Thank you, Charles.
I'm sorry to say this. The problem is that the old people in Nigeria don't want to hear the truth.
All right.
The people from the 1960s don't want to hear the truth. The people now won't hear the truth.
Why are you sorry to say it if it's the truth? Jake, don't be sorry to say it. Just say it. if you hold it as something you affirm, and just say it. Don't apologize for.
But Jake, this is normal all over the world. Most older people don't want to hear the truth. It happens in Europe. It happens in America. It happens in Africa.
Not normal. It don't happen in Nigeria. It's not normal.
Okay. But anyway, that's a different conversation. Yeah. But you keep saying the truth as though you have it as in your custody as something that holds. So, you know, your truth is another person's lie. You know, so the truth as you would have it is not the universal truth.
But you see, the woman, you understand it. The reason why the truth is affecting Nigeria, they don't hear the truth. That's where we're failing.
Okay, what is the truth? What is the truth, Charles? What is the truth?
The truth is that know there's a problem and fix it. Know that the pride, know there's no fairness in each region and help them be fair. Know there's a problem. Know that there's a problem. Know that you guys, hey, how can this region
but who should do this?
Become president every time? You know there's a problem. Fix it. Don't be there. Fix it.
But who should fix it?
Fix the vision. You want to fix it. You want to be positive and be happy. Fix the vision. Fix the problem. Fix the issue. Fix the erosion. Fix the pollution. Fix all these things. You want to figure out the problem. And you just said it. You just said it too.
Okay, but Jake, who should fix it? Who should fix this issue?
The issue. People speak on. People speak on board. People know the problem. People should not be laughing at one region because they're talking wabi. People know that we actually saying the truth. Fairness. I believe in fairness. There's no fairness in Nigeria. That's the truth. There's no fairness in Nigeria. How can one
right. Where is there fairness, Philip? Where is there fairness? There's no fairness anywhere in the world. The world is an unfair place, Charles.
If you want the country,
I think he means equality.
You must be fair. That's the truth. So I know you don't want to hear it. That's the truth. I'm trying to say.
No, I want to hear it. That's why I'm listening to you. But I'm saying to you, as an understanding, just as a working principle of life, there is no such thing as fairness. There is no such thing as people taking your word on board.
Yes, there is, woman. No, woman. Listen, Wanda. No. Wanda, honesty. Wanda, learn from mistake. Wanda is a good example. They learn from mistake. Was it Wanda a genocide country? One not the best country in Africa. How
all right. Do you know that the Rwandan president is looking to change his constitution to perpetuate himself in power, Museveni style? Do you know he's trying to do that?
He could do what he wants. I wouldn't. He could
do what he wants. Look at this guy.
But what happened to your fairness speech?
That is the thinking of a black man. Man. Is the thinking of a black man, Rwanda president. You want to change that is their thinking.
No, then you're saying it's the young people, they don't want to let him go. They don't want this is what they do, but don't worry about fairness. Fairness is asserted, not you have to assert. You have to
Yeah,
assert
but
what you want in life. That's just
but woman, that is the
the
thing
reality of it.
that is the thinking of black. I'm not talking about Africans. Africans don't want to be fair. That's the thing of Africans. That's the reason why we are laughing. This is why the world's laughing at us. Because Africa knows the simple thing in life. It's simple thing in life. Just be fairness. That actually might help Africa be a better
There's no
nation.
country that is fair. None. West, East, South, none. None.
Okay, but Ete, what I think Jake means is that everybody should have equal and fair fighting chance.
Yes.
Basically.
But we're not
yes,
there yet,
everybody
though.
should. Everybody should. But right now, there's no country that every citizen has equal fair rights. There's no country in the world.
Okay, yes, but there's
whether
a basic
it's
standard.
whether it's
But there's a
China.
basic standard. Nigeria has no standard.
No, we have a standard in principle, but not in practice. We have we have standards in policy, but not in practice. So if we have a standardized base in policy, then that is a working document which we have to build upon. So that's why I'm asking you to assert yourself rather than bellyache,
Actually, Jake, I have to disagree. Most Nigerians actually do have, equal to fair fighting chance. It's just their lack of education and lack of exposure that doesn't let them know the opportunities that they have. No. Most Nigerians are not aware of the power that they hold as being a Nigerian, especially with the Nigerian passport. They tend to undervalue the Nigerian passport because they are trying to eye what other people are doing, but they are, not really looking at the power that they have. So I just have to agree.
There's a guy that I follow on YouTube. Sorry, Charles. There's a guy that I follow on YouTube called I Am Marwa. It's Marwa. This guy is from Kenya, and with his Kenyan passport, he travels all over the world. Every single country he goes to, and it just like that guy, Drew Brinsky, that does that. He's traveling right around the world, learning how to speak Portuguese and whatnot, lived in South America for a while, never once attempted to change his passport to anything other than a Kenyan passport. He sweats it through the airport wherever they're sweating him through, but he will enter that country and then he will move on. So
he's referring to you guys who believe that British passport is better than Nigerian passport. And those of you who believe that American passport is better than Nigerian passport.
Is it not?
That is what the Kenya get. The message is saying you is that your passport.
Did he tell you that he's sending any message?
Yeah, but even if is it not though? Is the Nigerian passport better than an American passport or a British one or a European one? Is it? Oh, there you are. So that answers that. So thank you, Ego. So
one man, you believe too much in these colonial masters. Come back to your Oyo and stay in your village, so that you understand what's going on in your village.
Are you in your village, Ego? Look at this guy,
Come back and stay in Lagos.
Okay. Don't worry, I have houses in Lagos.
Stop believing too much and Kiss Cross, Blackpool, Central London, wherever, Manchester, you call yourself. Believe in Lagos and Abuja. Come. We can build it.
I believe in Lagos, but I don't believe in Abuja because when Nigeria breaks up, that would not be part of Yoruba land, would it? So whoever has property in Abuja is a mug.
Tomorrow, if I say you are a tribalist, now you will tell me that.
How am I a tribalist?
Why would you say when Nigeria broke up, that will not be?
Is that not what people are agitating for?
Is it what people are agitating for? I've not seen any of those agitation.
Oh, right. Okay. You've been not.
Is this Sunday Igboho? Yes, I've not seen it now. Is this Sunday Igboho? What led to the rise of Sunday Igboho? They were killing his people.
Including Sunday also is agitating.
The killing has stopped, and there's no one thinking of Ilanomo Dua, Yoruba nation, and this Biafra rubbish.
Igbo,
you forget about this Yoruba rubbish and Biafra rubbish. One Nigeria is the best on YouTube for this country. Take it or you leave it.
All right, thank you,
Okay.
Ego. Take it or you leave it. That's
You are
Ego's
welcome.
answer to everything. Take it or leave it.
You are welcome.
I have said my own. Take it or you leave it. So take it or leave it, and let's take it on to Ete of Africa. So Ete, are you still with us, or are
Yes, I
you?
am. I am.
All right, brilliant. So good. So Ete, then let's take you to that Anambra space. I was a bit tongue in cheek, but really, in all seriousness, is this the most judicious use of public funds? And is this the first intro that this guy should have into governance? A number prisoners will soon be able to watch TV and movies, and this is what the first foot that the Charles Soludo administration is putting forward is. So, what are you then making then of this governor that promises a lot but has
You
started
know,
on the wrong footing?
First, I just want to give him a benefit of the doubt. Maybe that is just one of the things he's planning to do in his administration, because I don't see how you will want to make people in the prison system live like they're on holidays. Then people that are in the states, the Anambra people are facing hardship. They are still facing sit at home. They are still facing different obstacles to their life to make them to be able to live a peaceful and a progressive life. So I'm just believing that maybe it's just one of his promises. Hopefully, before they start watching TV in the prison system, life would have been bearable for the free people of Anambra.
Exactly. My
Let me
sentiment.
interject. Let me interject. You don't need the free people of Anambra to have a better life than those that are in prison. The captive should be able to have access to some certain level of life before those that are free. Mr. Man, you better go back to wherever you are. The
Where is that?
captive,
In which country?
even
In which,
the Quran and the Bible
constitution?
tell you that
Which
you should
Quran? Which
always
passage?
remember the
Can you
prisoners.
quote the passage?
You want them
Can
to
you
be
quote the
giving
passage?
you, they should give you milk and juice while you are strolling
Nobody
the
said
street of
that you
Anambra.
should not remember
Then
the
those that are in
principles.
prison should be
Nobody said
shopping.
you should not
Come
remember the
on,
prisoners.
man. I said support
Nobody said
Soludo.
you not.
He's a great
I
man.
know, but
Better
you heard
idea.
my comment.
Good start.
I didn't
And
say
he
I'm
will
not
not
supporting
fail the
Soludo.
people. What he has said, he will do it. I trust Soludo, former governor of Central Bank. He will do all what he said, to the shame of those his critics. He will do that.
All right, settle down,
But
Nigo.
Igbo, is this right?
We're all
Igbo, this is
hopeful that
not
it does.
right, though.
It cannot be spending. We're all hopeful that it does well. That is why we're somewhat concerned that this is his first public outing to be going to prison and building.
You know, one man, I remember when he was becoming governor and you people were celebrating that you are really hopeful. I said, they never show you people pepper yet. It's like you people have not learned your lesson yet.
Man, be careful of black man. Be careful of black man.
Are we back there again? Leave black man alone now. Yeah.
The thing is that he just got to power, so you can't write him off. That one is a fact. You can't write him off. You understand? You can't say he's like the rest when you've not seen what he can offer yet.
All right. So we keep a watching brief on Soludo. But we go to this space, which is one of the lesser spoken of things, but this thing that is time immemorial. It's been going on longer than anything else. Arabs are racist. Former Emir of Kano's daughter, Shahida, shares her experience of racism in Saudi Arabia. So this is a person now that has moved to Saudi Arabia to build her life there, having then the opportunities that central bank affords. So she lives an upmarket life there. But even being as wealthy as she is, she's just another black face in South Africa. Her children bullied in school for reasons of her being black. They discriminate against her in the mosques for her being black. And even her gate man looks down his nose at her for reasons of her being black. So these aspirations that the Northerners have towards being Arab-like is not especially something that is shared by the Arabs. What are you then making of the Arabian racism?
you know, when it comes to things like that, I feel like the Northerners are not being educated. They have been indoctrinated to a lifestyle which to me is very sad for them, because the truth is Arabs have been racist since. Arab has been racist since. It's not just today. They started this their slavery since. Even we all know how they went around Africa, different places in Africa with the jihad and all that. The jihad was nothing funny. It was brutal. So the thing is, these people, they should realize that, look, we're Africans, because the way they are looking at themselves sometimes is funny. Most of them, they think they're Arabs. You see them, they are saying that Nigeria should be part of Arab countries. I used to see some of them saying Nigeria should be part of Arab countries. I'm laughing because they don't rate you. That is the thing. They don't rate you down there. They don't. They're just throwing support for you because of they feel like they want to spread Islam and they should have a political, because they are using Islam as a political tool. That's just the fact. It's not more just pure religion anymore. It's a political tool, and we all know how these people are naturally when they come down to Black Africa. We all know how they are. They don't see us as anything. That's just the truth. And we need to. The thing is that
they don't see us as anything, which is tragic. But the bigger tragedy is we don't see ourselves as anything. We should stand by our own civilization. Why should you aspire to be like that you are not? You know, your name is Badebo and you are telling me you are an Englishman. You are not an Englishman. The English person doesn't, even from the color of your skin, he's already marked you down, and you are trying to be highfalutin and more British than the Queen. So this is just the thing. I think we have issues of some somewhat inferiority complex amongst the black race. You know,
you know those
not
issues.
just the Northerners. Yeah.
You know we're having those issues because there's no major black religion. That is why we're having.
No, there are. We are subsumed by we are culturally subsumed. Yeah.
In the world, when we're talking about religion in the world, is either Christianity, Islam.
No.
Those are the ones that have
no. Let me tell you something. Do you know that when Christianity started, it was actually considered, because it was the Romans that ruled what was Palestine then, where you know Jesus Christ is actually a Palestinian. You know, so it was the Romans that ruled Palestine then, and their gods were like Zeus and stuff like that. And that was what they considered gods. When Christianity started, it was considered pagan religion, and it was one of the hundreds of thousands of pagan religions that you had in that Palestinian and then cascading into the Arabian space cusp. You know, it was considered pagan religion then. So our religion too, they have the same footing. Shango, Ogun, Obatala, Ehidioha, etc. They had the same footings and the same beginnings. So they propelled through conquest, but we stagnated through submission. So it's not that we don't have a religion. Yeah.
That is the thing. The thing is, how many people practice the Yoruba religion outside Yoruba land? I have not even seen. How many people practice the Igbo religion outside Igbo land?
Can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, come in.
Okay.
The Yoruba religions that you are asking, how many people practice it? In Brazil, I can tell you
how many?
About 50 million. Hold on, I'm telling you, 50 million.
In Brazil, how many population is in Brazil that is 50 million?
Yoruba descendants. Hold on now.
Yoruba descendants in Brazil. They are speaking
Yoruba descendant. Hold on now.
Sorry,
Yoruba descendant in Brazil. They are about 80 million. They already adopted Yoruba language in their school.
Very correct. Very correct.
And the Ifa religion, go and check it now, is the fastest growing religion in the world. That is Yoruba religion for you. in Caribbean, in Cuba. It is the most dominant religion there, other than Christian and this thing. So it is practiced everywhere, and it's growing very fast.
The question was this: why do we blacks aspire to be like these people? When you look at, for example, look at our names.
Is it not colonial mentality?
Yes.
Is it not colonial mentality?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, you don't understand. If you ask most black people, why is your name Joseph or why is your name Muhammad? Because of their religion. Basically, it's because of their religion. That's why that's their name. So the truth is, how many Igbo man is his name Adewale, or how many Yoruba man is his name Emeka? How many?
I know plenty Yoruba people with Igbo
they
name.
Are mixed.
It's very rare. It's very rare, though. Yeah,
it's very rare. So
let us ask you: are you not a Christian?
I'm a Christian.
That is where the problem. That is where. Yeah, you are a Christian. You are not even practicing African religion. That is where the problem. That is where the problem lies.
See, no, you're not understanding. It's not.
No, I mean you are asking the question. How many people?
You can be a Christian and still keep your African tradition. That is what the whites.
Oh, really? Is that what the Bible tells you? Is that what the Bible tells you?
Christians, and they still kept their various traditions, and they mixed Christianity with their pagan religions. For example, the 25th of December is not the birth of Jesus.
Through Christianity. Yeah, just one leg in, one leg out.
It's not one leg in, one leg out. It's a fact.
Christianity does not tell you to practice your religion like to practice Christianity like that.
Okay, ask me.
All right, let's hear from
Do you think black people are the most religious people in the world?
Probably yes, because of the way they behave.
Well, I don't think it's because of the way they believe. I agree with you that they are the most religious people in the world. If you take Christianity, black people are more Christian than the Europeans. If you take Islam, black people are more Islamic than the Arabs, and this is a fact. This is not just because we like religion. It's because those religions have their base in African spirituality, and that's it. That's why you see till date we accept those religions even more than the so-called inventors of them, because they are actually not the inventors. They got the basis they used to make those religions, organized religions, from African spirituality.
I disagree with that. Just in totality, I think the reasons why we are the way we are, that we adopt all these they are foreign religions to us. I don't accept that they have their base in African spirituality. I think they corrupted our system using religions as the tool to say that we want to emancipate you from barbarism to enlightenment, and they vested that enlightenment in their religion, and they used it for as a vehicle for exploitation and colonization. And
I'm telling you why it succeeded.
That still subsists in the mindset.
Yes, and I'm telling you why it succeeded.
History has now been destroyed, and we are now in this space where it's alien and foreign to us, but we've adopted it so wholeheartedly, and we're looking, because we are spiritual people by nature, so we look to spiritualism for solutions. So since our spiritualism has more or less been destroyed, and this new paradigm has been vested upon us, we then use it as a pathway to that spiritual realm that we know exists and we know can be the panacea to a lot of things. So it's a form of mental colonization, nothing to do with it being...
The religion was used to colonize us, yes. But there's a reason it was successful using religion that quick. It was easy for Africans to accept those religions. Why? Because the basis of it, first of all, the concept of even having one God was birthed in Africa. There's nowhere else in the world for Africa that believed that there was even one God, one supreme force above all of us. So that in itself is the basis of religion, especially the three organized religions, Abrahamic ones. So the basis was in Africa, and you are right. The Romans, the Greeks, they didn't accept Christianity. Matter of fact, they were persecuting, killing Christians. But at that time, there were already Christians in Ethiopia. The oldest Bible scripts were found in Ethiopia, and some are written in Ethiopian language. So Africa really birthed religion, and it was now taken by Europeans.
No,
For
I don't think I
political,
can accept that.
for
I don't think. No,
political.
no. You can't say
No,
somebody.
no, Wama, I'm not saying
Yeah,
it for you to accept.
yeah.
I'm just trying to maybe inform people that they could take what I'm saying
I'm
and
not
then
sure
do
that
more research
it doesn't
and then
logically.
do more research on it, then know whether they can refute what I'm saying or accept. But please do more research. Go and check about the Holy Trinity that started way
God.
before Christianity was birthed.
Black,
It's
you don't
still in
agree, oh, you
temples in
don't agree,
Sudan.
oh.
Hold on, sorry,
It's
let him finish. Yeah.
it's still in temples in Sudan and Egypt as we speak. The Holy Trinity was Father, Mother, and Child. It had nothing to do with the Holy Spirit. That's when the Europeans took it because they've been anti-women. Their treatment to their own women has been bad, and it still is. They always try to marginalize the woman. That's why the woman was taken out. Then it became Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Is Osa, Oset, and Heru. The Greeks called them Isis, Osiris, and Horus, and then later became Joseph,
right.
Mary, and then later became Joseph, Mary, and Jesus. I mean, these statues are right there in the Vatican, showing the African Trinity, and then showing the Greek Trinity, and then showing the current one as we have it, Joseph, Mary, and Jesus. Even the Vatican admits this. They know this information even better than we do. Is right there in their museums. They show you these. They show you these statues of people and tell you where it originates. The Greeks never hid it. Their best philosophers in the name of Socrates said, and I quote, "The gods of Greece were born in Africa." So that's giving utmost respect.
No, that might well be a metaphorical statement because
if you read his works, he went even deeper. He went even deeper because most of them went to Africa to school. They were all international students in Africa.
Look at this guy.
I'm telling you, one man, you have to go and read about African imperialism. It's not only Europeans that were imperialists. We also conquered land all over the world, way before any other group
but
did
it doesn't matter in today's time.
But we did it in a different way. Ours was humane. Anywhere we went to develop, we went to build, just like in Arabian Peninsula, that is today Saudi Arabia, just like we did in Spain, just like we did in Spain, just like we did in France, just like we did in Italy, just like we did in Americas.
Sorry, Black League, let me interject for a moment because I think we're missing something here. You know what religion and spiritualism truly is, the core of it. Religion and spiritualism is no more than man looking beyond himself to something that is beyond him, looking for solutions beyond himself to something that is beyond him. And that is what really births spiritualism, and then from spiritualism you get religion in any form of worship. So you cannot say anybody has hold of that space. It's an instinctual and it's a knowledge thing. You know,
no, I'm just giving you the chronological order to tell you where it started. I'm not telling you one is greater than the other.
What I'm saying is,
and we had spirituality in Africa, and it wasn't organized religion. You see, organized religion is when money can be involved. With spirituality, it is about you connecting to a superior force and also interacting with your environment.
Yes.
In Africa,
And why is that? So,
in
sorry,
Africa, it was.
hold on. You've told us this before, but hold on. Why would you do what you've just described to try to connect with whatever it is that you just said? Why would you do that?
Well, so your life can have meaning, and you should understand just the idea of creation.
If that meaning was within your capacity, would you look beyond yourself for those reasons?
Come again. I don't get what you just said.
No, what I'm getting at is this idea of spiritualism and subsequently religion in a formal way is not something that any space or time can claim ownership of. It's an instinctual, innate human trait because what spiritualism is, the tool that it serves, the purpose that it serves, is to help you come to terms or to factor something that is beyond your capacity. So you look to the heavens, you look to the skies, you look to the birds, you look to the oceans to say, save me from this situation. And that is not something that is especially anybody that can own. So spiritualism is not African any more so than it's European or anything. And it is from spiritualism because it's from repeating something that then you evolve a system, and it is from spiritualism that formal religion evolves. So you
But
cannot say that
before you evolve
African
a system, one man, does it originate somewhere, or it just happens all over the world at the same time?
Not necessarily.
Chronology, I'm talking about timing of it. Which came first before which? That's all I'm speaking to. I'm not saying one is dominant over the other. I'm telling you where the influence came from, one man. This is not taught in our history. I understand why you're so resistant to this information, but if you can pick just the little I'm
not
saying,
resistant to it, by the way. I'm not resistant, but I'm not going to take wholesale something that does not rhyme with reason.
I know you wouldn't. When I first got the information, I didn't take it wholesale either. So it took a lot of interrogation for me to even find it out to be fact. And you might not agree with it now. I expect that, but you have a large audience that we come here every day to speak to. So I'm sure somebody somewhere listening would pick up some words I'm saying and do more research, and that would really open up the totality of what I'm speaking to. Africa is the birthplace of the entire world and civilization in the world, one man.
I'm not disputing that. That's a matter of science, but we were disputing.
Because theologians in cemeteries in seminaries don't disagree with me. Matter of fact, they are saying the same thing I'm saying. All of these were in Africa, in Sudan, not even Egypt, Black Africa proper, way before Christianity was formed as a organized religion. The basis of it was found there, is still found there. The Jesus figure, his mother, and I've given you their names. Just type it out.
Hold on. The Jesus figure was found in Africa?
As Heru. Just type the name H-E-R-U. That's it. H-E-R-U. The mother of Set. A-U-S-E-T. The father Osar.
Why is this heresy coming from?
That's it. That's all you have to type.
Are you smoking?
Yes, that's what it was.
What are you talking? This is just heresy you are preaching here.
One man is not smoking Amsterdam blend,
my brother. I'm giving you factual.
Your English is too much, my brother. You are just saying.
Yes,
I cannot pick out who speak. Is that Thomas?
It's Thomas now.
It has to be Thomas. But Thomas, I'm not
listening to Black League now. I mean, instead
of I'm not telling you this for you to
go and make your research. I mean, instead of just attacking
me. This is heresy.
Yes, but this does not relate to
this is what
topic, though.
I can't even hear the word.
Heresy. You are preaching heresy.
No. I'm not erring in any way. If you could take these words I'm giving you and then research it, maybe in another session, then come and tell me I've erred. But if you've never even heard of what I'm talking about, you're in no position to tell me I'm wrong. At least if you've heard about it, then you can say, I have heard about it. you're wrong here, you're wrong here, you're wrong there.
You are
But when you
correct.
don't even know the words I'm speaking,
Blackly.
you're in no position to do that.
Blackly.
Okay, but Black
So
Leg,
let
how
me
does
speak.
it
And when
relate
it
back
comes
to
to
the
this topic, I've done extensive research on it.
yes, but how does it relate to the topic that we
I
are
agree with
on?
Black League. You don't
No,
oppose what you
it's the topics
Blackly.
involved,
Sorry.
and this is the conversation we're in now. Sorry, so let's
Let me
I
get
don't
back my
hold
floor.
on, hold on. I
So
don't
if there's
agree.
any way specific you disagree, just like one man does, when he disagrees, he comes to something specific and tells me how he disagrees with that with the knowledge he has on it.
Yes,
so, but when you don't know about it totally, you
don't
cannot
just
just
disagree
come
with
and
what
say,
you don't know, now, gentleman. What's your problem?
you have to go and check it and say, okay, see where Black League fuck up, see where Black League mess up for here. I go understand.
Black League, is it the same thing that brought
All right,
about?
but when somebody is happening on a real gem of an information, then we have to let it run, even though, because what Blackley was saying, even though I've already said I disagree, it seems to rhyme with some people. Certainly, Ajan Dekoko and the comment
I'm
section.
telling you, just type those words. I told you, one man. The
but
Greeks
it's all
call them different words: Isis, Osiris, and Horus. Then
Blackly,
the
quick
other
question,
Europeans
please.
later on even changed Isis to be called Black Madonna. Go to Catholic
quick
churches in
question.
Poland as we speak in Europe. You're going to see statues of Black Madonna. That's an African woman. And they recognize that, the Pope recognizes that, the Vatican certainly recognizes that because they have those same statues in the Vatican. That's the seat of Catholic origins right there. That's like the capital of the Catholics. And
Blackly, is this what brought about the Arian controversy?
What Arian controversy?
The not accepting whether there is Father the Son, Father the Holy Spirit.
Is the Aryan controversy not the German narrative when they were saying there's a superior being? Because I think
German. I don't even want to get
Hitler
into the German controversy because the Catholic Church was also involved with Hitler. He was their member, and his group and them were loyal to each other. So, even before this.
Hold on, Blackie. Did he not go to Ethiopia to try and get the scroll or something to validate his politics at that time, Hitler?
Yes, he was fascinated with the history in Africa, and he has visited several times, but he was doing it just to validate his own stance, to say he is superior to the Jews because he knows the history of the Jews in Africa. He knows about the African Jews as the original Jews before Europeans took on the culture later, and today we refer to them as Jews and forget about Jews in places like Ethiopia. One of their very prominent sons is Dr. Ben Yohakinen. You can look him up. He's a black Jew. He's darker than I am in complexion, and he narrates his history. And he's a professor and intellect of repute in the 21st century. Look him up.
All right, thank you, Black League. So
that's what I was also saying yesterday by saying anything the European touches, their sole goal is to dominate. That's why today no one even knows about African Jews. When you think Jews, you think a white skin completely.
No, but you don't. Jews, a lot of us people know about Ethiopian Jews.
And that's people like you, Wama.
Yeah. and people know that a lot of the histories of the contemporaneous religions, the foremost ones practiced globally, a lot of them is vested in Ethiopia. Ethiopia hides a lot of secrets still.
Yes, Ethiopia was very instrumental in both Christianity and Islam, although Islam did not originate in Ethiopia. But you have to understand, around the time of the birth of the Prophet, half of the Arabian Peninsula was African territory. It was controlled by the Ethiopians specifically. People don't understand this history. And that's how Ethiopia was very influential. Even in the teachings of the Prophet, the two closest allies of his were Bilal and I forgot the other guy's name, but they were both Ethiopian men. And you have to understand, okay, why Ethiopia? It's because Ethiopia controlled that territory and dominated that territory and actually developed that Arabian Peninsula. And also when Islam grew in that Arabian Peninsula, they were under threat because the people of the region did not accept it wholeheartedly. So they were under military threat. What did the Prophet say? He said, go into the land of Ethiopia where no one is wrong. That's his exact description of Ethiopia. And back then, all people of black skin were called Ethiopians. And that's what saved Islam, because they were able to escape. Ethiopia gave them coverage militarily. And Ethiopia was then a Christian state. They were not a Muslim state. Ethiopia was then a Christian state, but they still covered Islam, gave them military coverage against threats from the Arabian Peninsula.
Is that not the Axum Empire?
They still have their own orthodoxy in Christianity, don't they, the Ethiopians, which completely follows a different strand from the popular Christianity that people know. So they have their own orthodoxy.
Black League. Is that not the Axum Empire that gave shelter to the Muslims?
Yes, the Axumites, what we call the Ethiopians. The Axum Empire was where Ethiopia is today. But it's also close to areas like Kush, Sudan area, and they're also related to the Egyptians because the Egyptian civilization started in the south. Its roots were in the south, where what's that popular river over there? The Nile River originates from, the Lake Victoria area. So that's that Uganda, Sudan, Ethiopia area. And a lot of migrations took place from the whole area today will be referred to as the Egypt, Sudan area. There was a lot of migrations westwards when the Asians started to invade. The Greeks invaded also. A lot of migrations took place westwards. And it will surprise you to know a lot of ethnic groups in Nigeria actually were part of those migrations that moved westward to settle in the Niger River over there, the Benue River, and the Lake Chad area. And not just Nigeria, the Ashantis also have that claim, even as far as the Senegal, Mali area. Those migrations took place with people like the Dogons and the rest of them. So you could just do research on this, and because history is not taught in schools, even when you get the degrees, there's really a lot of omissions in history, and it's really those omissions that make history complete.
All right, thank you. I don't believe a word of anything that you said, but there it is. That's just my own personal prejudice.
If anyone believes me, I know one man you would not believe me.
No,
but I know with time, with you, I give you time. A month from now, you'll come back and tell me, something Black League said was true. I did that with the pyramids in Sudan. I told you Sudan has way more pyramids than Egypt. It sounded like a Black League peperempe, as you call it. You Googled it and you saw it and you came back. So I understand that.
But not more. I
understand. You never believe anything I say at first, but with
time.
It sounds
like Black League Kumbaya.
Yeah, Kumbaya.
You see one man, it was highlighting that guy. That guy was saying you are preaching Kumbaya.
That was rational mind.
All the comments that are good about you, like one man did not highlight those ones.
It's Kumbaya, one man will highlight.
The one thing that makes me hesitant with with Black League is it speaks with so much authority that you might get carried away sometimes because he has an authoritative voice, and then people might will get seduced by that, and then they will sell them.
Because how you know something is a fact? How you know something is a fact when researching is you cross-reference it. So if someone tells you, "Oh, was this happening actually in Africa?" You go and listen. Okay, what were the Africans there saying about it? What were their neighbors? What were the Arabs saying? What were the Greeks saying about it? What were the Romans? Or what were they saying about it in the Americas? If all of them are saying the same thing, it cannot be a lie. Because those other people have nothing to gain by praising that region. So if they're saying the same thing and we're connecting it, it just cannot be a lie. And these are sources coming out from European scholars, from African scholars, from Jewish scholars, from Asian scholars. All of them are pointing towards one direction. So if I'm saying this with authority, one man, if something I've researched, and that's why you see I don't even debate it. When I'm speaking, I just like to speak on it. When it starts to become a debate, I keep quiet because I really cannot debate it. It's something I know for a fact.
Do you research with prejudice?
No, I don't. Absolutely
most
not.
people do.
Because if I research with prejudice, then the end result is flawed at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, that is what I'm questioning. That is what
I'm questioning. I cannot research. That's why I'm telling you, I was shocked to see this because I grew up thinking these people were better than us in every ramification, and there's at no point in time we were great. That's how I grew up, unfortunately. And that's how many of us grew up because that's the history we got. So I started to question it when I was in class with these people, and you know, when you're up close with people, it's different. And then starting to hear narratives from their topmost, professors, what they say, and you start to see a different narrative that there's something went wrong somewhere, and there's a lot of omissions in what I was taught, and that then opens the space for you to say, okay, I want to learn what actually happened. And you cannot have any
Black League. Do you know what I mean by research with prejudice? Do you know what I mean by that?
I do understand exactly what you mean by that.
Okay.
I have my own goal.
Yeah, just for the benefit of, I know you understand, but what I think Black League does is that he already, because nobody wants to subordinate themselves to anybody, so he's already of the view that surely Black people have achievement. So he then goes and looks for all these pockets of information and then marries them together to tell the stories that he delivers so authoritatively. So it might factually stand true, but it's just I call it a pick and mix. It's just he'll pick one from here, attach it to one from there, and then show it up with one from there, and then present this story as though Black people were once great in some form. So it's just
and one man, you also pick one from what I said and say and tell me, Black League, you came here to tell us Africans were in Spain, but it's wrong. You can tell us, you came here to tell us Africans were in America before Columbus was even born. The person they say discovered.
No, I know that factually because I've seen the
Africans were doing business, were living, were traveling back and forth, and when they are even revered in the Americas, way before Columbus showed up. You can tell me, I'm wrong. Then I could bring out my own sources. Then you bring out your sources. And that way, one would give way.
I know that one. Okay. Because
and also, just to mention with
heads in Peru, yeah.
Yeah. Also to mention, I just mentioned Christopher Columbus. He is actually one of the key people who started the transatlantic slave trade, because his job was a sailor and he was a very good con man. When he returned after his fake discoveries and threatening his crew members. Matter of fact, this man was supposed to go to India. He was looking for spices. So arriving at America was just breeze that blew him. He didn't know where he was. He arrived. He thought he was in India for spices, the same India and Asia. His map that he set was to land him somewhere in Japan, close to India. Then from there, he'll find his way to India. So he thought he was already there when he got to America. That's why till today they call them native Indians. They have nothing to do with Indians. So he was a fraud. He knew he was wrong at some point over there. His crew members told him, this is not India. You know what he did? He threatened to cut off their tongue. He said, if we return to Spain, any of you mention that is not India we went to, he threatened to cut off their tongues. So this is the level of this man's thuggery. And all of this is documented in the Spanish courts and in the Portuguese courts. He's one of the people who went back and suggested, after seeing the land there, he said it's so fertile, but he will need people who are masters in farming and farming techniques to be able to make money over there. That's before they started the sugarcane plantations in Brazil, when they took a lot of Africans, Yoruba people included, and other Nigerians, Ghanaians, and the rest of them to places like Brazil. He's the one who suggested it. Why? Before his job that they gave him to go and look for spice, he was on the West African coast, where you have Cape Verde, or Shomole's wife's country. That's where he was. Over there, he met Africans, West Africans, who were teaching Portuguese farming techniques and how they farm in terrains that were similar over to what they were in Jamaica, Brazil, and the rest of the Americas. He's the one who suggested to them to go get those Africans and take them over there, enslave them, take them over there. And they were looking for how would they get back in to do this. Because at that time, there were a lot of Africans living in Spain and Portugal at that time. The Pope gave them the final go-ahead. Many people don't know this, but you can research this, come back and debate me on it any day, anytime. The Pope gave the final go-ahead, told them they can go ahead and enslave Black people because they needed resources, and they started fighting each other. So the Pope saw it as, and for them to be fighting each other, it's better they just enslave the Black people and exploit them. And that's how the transatlantic slave trade happened. Before then, slavery was Arabs' job. And Africa has always been the victim of this. Before then, it was trans-Saharan slave trade, the one they were doing on the desert.
So how come the Africans never enslaved anybody? How about that, with all this advanced civilization you claim they have?
That what?
How come the Africans never enslaved anybody with all this advanced civilization that you tell us they had?
You don't have guns.
Well, I told you to read about African. I told you to read about African imperialism before we can even discuss the European imperialism. There was African imperialism, but I told you Africans' concept of dominating you is different from the European concept. The European concept would definitely take away your culture, take away whatever you believe in, take away your name, take away your manhood, emasculate you, and take away your resources, rape your women steadily to the point where he breeds himself in you, and so on and so forth. We've seen examples of this all over where they've touched. The Africans have a different concept of dominating you. And African thinks to dominate you, I need to come develop you. And that's exactly what the Africans did. And Africans are people who don't have any form of, they don't think inferior of themselves, and they're not insecure. That's why Africa has always been a land you can come there, thrive, live as many number of years as you please without paying allegiance to the land. Only somebody who is not insecure can allow you to do that. Nowhere else in the world has that been done. That led to our downfall. And that led to our downfall because we started accepting strangers without questioning their intentions or really trying to figure out their intentions. But without Africa, the whole world would have been stagnant because the knowledge that came from Africa is what developed the world. If you know about mathematics here, go read about Pythagoras, who they named the Pythagoras theory after. Pythagoras spent 22 solid years in Africa before returning to Greece and then teaching them what they had taught him in Africa. And he was like a god to them. They revered him so much because of the knowledge he brought. And then they named the theory Pythagoras theory. That's all the mathematical genius of the Africans that's still attested to by architectural structures that are still standing. And no structures are standing from when those structures were built. So that's just to tell you the genius of the African mind. I'm not telling you this because I'm African. I've heard the topmost intellectuals in the world also argue these facts favorably to the African. And I'll keep coming here, and I will keep coming here to give you evidence. One man, you don't have to believe an iota of what I have to say, but trust me, with time you will.
Oh, okay. So
I know very soon.
Hold on.
And I know very soon your kids will start telling you these things I'm telling you, because these children are not playing. They don't think like us. They're not into all these inferior mindsets. They go, they do their research, and they know what's happening.
All right. So, so this is Pythagoras. Pythagoras is traditionally thought to have received most of his education in the Near East. Most modern scholarship has shown that the culture of archaic Greece was heavily influenced by those of the Levantines and the Mesopotamian culture. Like many other important Greek thinkers, Pythagoras was said to have studied in Egypt. By the time of Isocrates in the 4th century, Pythagoras is reputed to have studied in Egypt already, taken as fact. So on and on it goes. So,
how many years did they tell you he spent there in Egypt? Or did they put that there?
No, I'm abandoning it.
Okay, if you do more research, you will see it was upwards of 20 years at a stretch, back to back.
Is Egypt now Africa? Is this what you're saying?
No, Egypt is where, Asia or Europe or America?
Egypt is a Middle Eastern country.
My good. One man. You don't repeat what you just said, please. I didn't hear you. I'll look at that as my own ear, malfunctioning.
The Egyptians are Arab people. They are not. They are Arab people.
You're talking about the Egyptians today. The people who occupied the land of Egypt today are Arab people. Yes, there's no way I can argue that with you. Egypt itself, it's African land, and the Arabs are recent inhabitants of that land. The original name of that land is Kemet. Egypt is a Greek word. Kemet, in the Kemetian language, the writing is called hieroglyphics. Kemet simply means land of the blacks. That's it. And that's where you get the word chemistry from. All they do is study dark matter. It's all the same language I'm giving you. That's the birthplace of science, and that's the birthplace of black people, because that's where the oldest fossils of man were found, is that East African area. And I've told you Egypt originated from down south. The civilization came from down south to settle there. These were dark-skinned people that ruled Egypt for dynasties upon dynasties. At the tail end, because every empire rises and falls, no exception, everywhere in the world. So it was at the fall of the Egyptian empire, then you started having Greeks before Arabs. Arabs are very new to this. You had the Asians, the Hyksos, the Greeks now came in. Later on, the Romans came in. Arabs are new to this, so you cannot say.
All right. Take a question from Charlie Boy. I think Charlie Boy has a question for you. Charles, you wanted to ask our Black League. Charles, we can't hear you. Charles? Oh, okay.
In addition to Black League, along the River Nile there in Egypt, you see the people they call the Nubian. They are extreme. They are darker than us. They are black people, and they are Egyptian. Those are the remnants of the black people there that still remain in Egypt today.
Black were the first race of
the Nubian were so dark that they appeared blue because the sky reflected. That's how their skin was so dark. It reflected the sky. And they also had a strong military might. Their soldiers were known for bows, throwing bows at the time where the bows, the technique for the javelins wasn't really mastered by the rest of the world. They mastered it, and they used that to become one of the strongest armies in their day. That's why the Arabs refer to them as the ice-smithers, because records show that when they go to battle, they go on horses. And they throw their javelins even when their horses are running away from you. They will throw their javelins, you're way back there behind them, and the javelin still hits you and only hits your eye. That's how good they were militarily. So that's why the Arabs call them ice smithers. Whenever you got in war with them, you didn't lose nothing but your eyes. And it was from afar away on fast horses riding on top pace. That's why the Romans tried to mess with them but couldn't. The Cushites were part of the Nubian group. The Cushites were also powerful within that group. You can also do that research. Anybody listening, including one man, of course.
Yeah, well, you know me, I don't believe anything you have to say, but Black
It's
League,
not about belief,
anybody else is
one man.
welcome to. Anybody else is welcome to, but you
Black
know,
League.
I don't believe a single word.
Black League, are you aware that the Axum Empire traded with the Indians way back?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the Axumites did.
All right. This is revisionist history. One man went to more style. Not my style or Black League style. Not I add no name to this. But that is the delivery from Black League. I jest, of course. Black League only ever speaks as he knows. So when I say I don't believe, I'm only poking at him. So Black League only ever speaks as he knows. So he's telling you as he knows, and he knows a lot. So that's Black League talking us through the history of the black race. So he's giving you sufficient enough for you to be inquisitive enough to research and either come and agree with him to expand the conversation or to debunk what you might feel was amiss in what he said. So that's Black League.
So you now believe me that Pythagoras went to school in Africa, right?
Well,
you just argue now that
in
Egypt is not Africa when they told you he studied in Egypt.
In Arabia now, so we can't say Egypt is
Egypt
Africa
is
now.
not Arabia, one man. Stop saying that. There's no part of Egypt that is Arabia. As a matter of fact, it was the Africans who controlled Arabia. I told you over half of the Arabian Peninsula was controlled by Africans at the time of the birth of the Prophet. You can look this up. Even the Bible tells you, one man. If you read the Bible very well, they talk about some Kushite kings who went and stopped some. He went and stopped some attack. He went and stopped some attack that was going to the king of Jerusalem at that time by the Persians or whatever, Babylonians. So King Taharka. I mean, there's different sources to get the same information. All of them will keep telling you the same thing. So what was Kushite doing close to Israel? That's because that was his territory by Israel, the Arabian Peninsula. And by the way, you can walk from Nigeria all the way to where you're referring to, Middle East. There's no water separating it. You can maneuver through the Red Sea. To go all the way from Nigeria, you walk there to Israel. You don't need a boat, you don't need anything. So these people have been traversing that space, and well, I'm happy to be here sharing this information with people, man. You don't have to believe or agree. Don't worry.
No, that's
Some of us are very happy to listen to it because sometimes I pick a lot of knowledge from the things you say on this platform.
So that's the whole point.
And
so
it pushes me to research some stuff too. And I think Lord Michael is always saying it, that what people say on the platform, people listening and people on the comment section, people should try and research it. And most times I believe people also that are on the platform should go back and look at the section themselves why it's not streaming. So you can listen to yourself too. Then maybe sometimes I even hear some things I didn't probably hear while we are on the stream live when I go back to listen to the program just on YouTube. And one man, I was going to suggest something. I don't know. It's just based on what we talked about yesterday and the suggestion Ajaniko made to me about how we can influence people back home on electing good governance. Like the way people come to the platform on Facebook and ask you for favors and help and all that. I'm thinking if we can do it like a traditional thing, contribute monthly, maybe it's £20, whatever people can afford. Then whatever we get, you put it on the platform on Facebook. People should come up with the idea of probably maybe what they can use 100,000 to do, or what 100,000 would do for them. Then maybe one of the section in the morning we can all come and look at the people that we deem fit might probably deserve to hand the money for that month. And I think with that, in that space, we can easily even use it as a point of enlightening people. Then obviously we can use it to promote the platform too. I don't know what people think about it. It's just a suggestion.
Well, if you are willing to take ownership of it, I can make the platform available as a vehicle. But I always recoil when it gets to matters of money, because ultimately it always ends up messy. People will start pointing fingers at you, and it's just always a mess when it comes to money. But if you want to take ownership of it and drive it, then I'll avail the platform. The platform is here because the platform really is. I'm just like, it's like a office building. It's just one person that will come and open the door. So I'm just the guy that opens the door. So the platform is really all of us. So anybody that has anything that is worthwhile and they would want the platform to drive, the platform is available for use for everybody. If you want to drive something and you feel that the platform can drive it, then of course, it's available.
I don't know what people right now on the platform. I don't know if everybody, maybe from Ajanle Kokodan was to Igo, maybe people can just tell us what they think about what I've just said, because I don't want to be the only one like in it.
Well, that's your answer right there.
I think I support what you just said. So we just have to work out a modality on how we can go about it. That it's a good suggestion. I mean, our people back home, a lot of them does not really understand the situation well, like we do, because we have been outside the country. We have seen the way a good society is run, and we want to let them know that, okay, we can do the same thing back there. If not 100%, at least we can do 80%. We need to change our mindset and not be dogmatic, follow to this politician, not surrender ourselves to them. So whatever, I'm in total support of it, but let us work out how can we, do this thing and package it in such a way that people can accept it and we can promote it, further up. Sometimes something like that is only the beginning. We will see where is it going to enter, how is it going to get enlarged, how is it going to, become a world, a model for, for the whole world. We don't know, but we just have to let's start from somewhere. So maybe other people can contribute. Can contribute to this suggestion, and let us.
What is the suggestion? Because I'm not clear on what you are proposing. Can you just summarize it a little bit again, D?
So yeah, what I'm saying is, we on the platform that comes regularly, we contribute something towards this mission every month.
What will be the mission?
I don't know what we would time it to be, but is obviously enlightening and elevating people in back home. So, like you said, a lot of people come to your platform to ask for help. So if it's even pasted on the platform on Facebook and people see it and people come up with ideas, what can 100,000 do for you? So what we have for that month, if you can go around for 2 people, you go around for 2 people. If you can go for 1 person, you go for 1. So if people come up with different ideas and we come here, we can talk about the ideas people bring onto there that, oh, somebody said they can do this, somebody said 100,000, then we look at, okay, who is more deserving, then we can give it. Then I think along the line we might even see people that are really interested in that mission to like, okay, support us so we can have more to give and reach out to people. Then through that means we can easily be getting people into the platform to enlighten them more on how they could vote and all those things and sensitize them. Then I think it will also help the grow the platform to different various spaces too, because I know a lot of people don't have bandwidth to go on YouTube in Nigeria, but I know a lot of even old people, market people, that they've asked their children to register them on Facebook. So a lot of people have access to Facebook, even if they can't click on the stream to come online, they can still view the recording from the stream after the live show. So I'm suggesting, if people are really down for it, because I think maybe $20, £20, whatever we gather, I know it will be more than 100,000 naira. So if that is what we give every month, we will just see people from the first of that month, people should start telling us what they can do with 100,000. Then at a particular date of the month, we scrutinize and look at what people have come up with and what they think they can do. Then if we start getting more funds, we can increase it or start going into what business can you do with.
Would you run it? Would you run it?
I can run it, but I will need support. I can't do it alone. And I want people to, I want everybody to be involved in it. So the only aspect where you can even do it, the only aspect we need within us is to just, if we are all willing to contribute that money monthly. So if the money is being contributed and you have the money and you come up with that, you just put it on the space on Facebook. Then when people come up with that, maybe we have a section where we deal with that particular thing. It might even be on stream live. So some people that can go will go live, but it doesn't mean that it's the people that are online that will actually get the money. But it's from what they've told us, what the write-up people have sent to you, like, oh, 100,000 will probably maybe help me with my business. I sell this. Then we see if it's reasonable enough. And if it's
all right,
you get what I'm trying to say.
I get what you're saying, but I'm not sure how viable it is. But it's not down to me. But
well, I can suggest that maybe we should look out for people with creativity talent, people that are struggling financially, but they have that creativity talent. So, but to do that, we must have somebody on the ground in Nigeria that can, after getting all their information, oh, this is what I do and this thing, they won't know we will have somebody that can go and investigate them over there.
Oga Ajalukoko, Ohio Gozaimasu, that it make good money in Japan.
What is it?
Ohio Gozaimasu mean good money.
Oh, okay. How are
first
you?
of all, I'm fine. First of all, has anybody ever been involved in charity?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. We are doing charity every time now. When we send money home.
Good. Okay, I was sending money to charity because I've supported a lot of platforms and even recently. But what you're saying is good. Like what one man said, when it becomes money involved, there will be trouble. If you want to do something, just go out of your way, do it. Don't ask what you're donating. Don't ask what you're going to use it for. Don't give them an option or try to tell them how to use it. If you are donating for somebody because it's financially in need, just do it. But when you start saying we should just donating money every month, then things will start going the way you don't understand.
Yes, it always ends up messy. But it looks as though Black League, as we did say we're going to bust your balls here one of these days, it looks as though Lovett has finally exposed Black League, who at all is not from the North or the Middle Belt, but actually an Igbo man. Black League. It's an Igbo. I told you that there's something fishy about this guy, and they found him now. So Lovett, thank you. So this is what Lovett is telling us. Black League sounds familiar. An Igbo guy called Ebube that speaks on Dynast Emir channel. So Black League once upon a time, Ebube Dike, Billy is your name. Ebube Dike, everybody, look at this guy.
Black League,
Remember, I've told Bia before. I've told Bia my brother before. She don't want to believe me.
All right. So that's your new name from now on, Ebube. Yeah, Ebube Dike. Look at it.
Sorry.
But one man, I was actually reading a different comment. Abdul Momin, that your friend that always comes.
Can you see the Facebook comments?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He was debunking. Yeah, no, I was going to go to that story.
Go
on.
No, go ahead.
You know, so it says one man, that Sanusi daughter is lying. Yes, Arabs discriminate, but not to the extent of discriminating in schools and mosques, and generally discrimination is a punishable offense of up to 5 years here in Saudi Arabia. So I'm sure discrimination. What do you mean that the Arabs don't discriminate?
Yeah, I would like to disagree with him.
There's nobody more racist than an Arab.
I mean, he usually supports me with his comments. I don't want him to be disappointed that I'm disagreeing with him on this, but I have to. The Arabs do discriminate against blacks, against Africans. That's a fact. Sanusi's daughter was not joking.
Black League, Black is still there?
Okay.
No, hold on. World Peace, let Black League follow through, and then you come after him. Black League, carry on.
Yes, because I actually read her IG post, Sanusi's daughter, and she was speaking to how even her gate man doesn't respond back when she tells him, you know, they say, Salam alaikum, peace be unto you. Even the gate man doesn't respond, who's an Arab man. And she said even in schools, she has had of different experiences where, I mean, kids are not even enrolled in school, and they will just tell them, oh, the kid doesn't know colors or doesn't know this, just something very ridiculous that doesn't stand. It's not just the same criteria they use for the Arabs. And this has always been through history, especially at its peak during the trans-Saharan slave trade. The Arabs were the masters of that. The Europeans learned slavery from the Arabs, how to enslave Africans. That's how good they were at doing it. They first spread the religion, and through religion, of course, it was for political purpose to enslave Africans and make their land richer. They are also some of the greatest perverts you could ever find. I have lived, well, not lived, but I have close Saudi Arabian friends that at some point where it was like we're practically living with each other here in the States. And we got close that we share these things with each other, you know, openly without feeling slighted racially or anything. So we always have those deep conversations. And they admit to this. They tell me, yeah, even in Saudi it's happening where they have black women. They claim to be so moral, but the black women, the African women, first of all, they are more... is a fascination they have with African women in a very perverse way. It's not even in a healthy way.
I know.
That they make them their slaves. They make them slaves in farms, picking all types of stuff in farms for them. But at night, they still rape those same African workers. And these are rich Arab men, not lowly level men or lowly placed in the society. And that is the practice. It happens even on African soil. In Morocco, it's still happening. Mauritania is still happening. Go check out the Omani Arabs that turned. There's a beautiful island called Zanzibar in Tanzania.
Yeah, we know Zanzibar. So,
yes, Zanzibar was essentially the greatest slave port in the entire world at some point. The Arabs did that. And if you go to Zanzibar till today, there's a tree they call magnolia tree. Magnolia, Magnolia. Every single magnolia tree planted in Zanzibar signifies a black man that made the mistake of looking at an Arab woman on African soil. His head was immediately chopped off, no questions asked. His body was buried under the ground, and a seed was put where his head is, and that grew into a magnolia tree. Go to Zanzibar, see how many magnolia trees we have. And these are well-documented facts of what the Arabs have done to the Africans. It's just appalling. The Arabs don't want to come to this realization. The African Muslims also don't want to come to this realization, and that's why it keeps happening. No one wants to put it as a subject for discussion.
Black League, you see that narrative, it continues, because when I started that space of the Sanusi daughter, I was saying that the North, they predicate their lifestyle to mimic an Arab type person. So if you take what I said and add on what you said, and then you bring it to the Fulani headsmen experience in Nigeria, then you can see the trajectory. This is, what is it called when you repeat what was vested upon you? This is some victim repeating their victimhood on somebody else. So this is what is going on. It's a vile space. But you're talking about perversion. Nobody more perverted than the Afghans, the Afghanistans. They might well be singularly the most perverted people on this
one
planet.
family. I'm telling you, they make African women their slaves, whoop them, tear their skin up, but those same women are warming their beds up at night. They don't even sleep with their own women. That's how perverted they are in the mind. And this is reality today. I'm not telling you anything in history. It's happening as we speak. People from Saudi Arabia, people who are very close to the kingship, people even in the king's family have told me this. So it's not something that is hidden or doesn't happen.
You know, the black person is always at the brunt end of every situation in the world. Go to the, you know, and it's
no, but it only happens because we give it a pass. I told you this thing is happening because the African Muslims have refused to put a light on this, and the Arabs most certainly would not.
It's not just the African Muslim; it's the African person. We're seeing images coming out of India now where they are displaying black people, especially Nigerians, as trophies, calling them rapists, drug dealers, etc., etc. And then you see, you know, it's a bit like all those trophy hunting that you used to have back in the day when people go on safari. They'll kill a lion and then they'll circle around, semicircle the lion and put their feet on it with their guns raised and a big smile whilst the lion is on the floor. This is the Nigerian experience in India. They'll go and capture this guy, they'll kneel him down, then they'll semicircle him with their badges on their shirts saying that, oh, we caught another one. So this is the narrative of the black person almost globally. It's just we're always at the brunt end of any injustice going. Even in Ukraine, this is the story that is every and anywhere. This is the story of the black man.
Yeah, can I say something now?
Yeah, come in.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. One Man. Black League, I greet you. Ogada Chukwuko, I greet you, and everybody in the house. Is anybody there?
We greet you.
Ogada Black League, thank you for this history. Like, I know a lot of these things you were saying, you know. So when you speak about it, I was so happy. Like, somebody really get this depth of this kind of knowledge. You know, sometimes, not like say, I make talk first, and not put on right. The coffee say, I won't talk too much, but you nailed it. You nailed it. And yesterday, I once talked about this matter when I did one forum, one group of Northerners, where they always say Nigeria, same Malan. I want to go into that narrative from Saudi come. Actually, you see this Arab, I don't know this thing, when they study for Singapore. The Saudi Arabian Muslim look down on the Asian Muslim. The Asian Muslim look down on African Muslim. The Egyptian Muslim look down on the Libyan Muslim. The Libyan Muslim, the Benghazi Muslim look down on the Gaddafi race Muslim, which are the black Muslim, the original people on that land. And the Gaddafi Muslim, they look down on the Guinea, Senegal. The Senegal Muslim look down on Uganda, Mali. The Mayan Muslim look down on the Nigerian
Muslim.
The Nigerian Muslim look down on
the Southern Muslim.
Middle belt. Middle belt Muslim look down on the Southern, not Southern, the Western, and the Yoruba would align yourself as a Muslim. I know this for a fact, but if I say it,
so it's all Arabism. It all has to do with race, and that's all what it is.
To be biased. Sometimes I can ask some people, what concerns you in the West and South to become a Muslim? What concerns you a Muslim? If you really know how far you know about this Muslim, whatever, you wouldn't want to associate yourself with it. You know, but
all right, let's not.
But for me, I'm not saying don't be. I'm not saying don't practice your religion. What I'm saying is understand.
I understand.
How foreigners have used this religion as a political tool. I know that any religion that promotes enslavement of Africa, mistreatment of Africans, I think Africans should relook at it to see what parts of the religion they can really use for their own liberation. This how religion is used all over the world.
Is it too far gone to be liberated?
No, it's not.
Is it too ingrained?
It's about mindset.
Because you know why I'm saying is that so some religions, they take hold of you so all the way through your life, they whisper on birth a verse to you. And on growing up, you are immediately put into a system that you recite to perfection, scripts of a religion. So that you are, before you are even 5, you are completely and utterly indoctrinated. So how do you then at 20, 30, 40 suddenly reverse all of that life that you've lived to a different paradigm? And there are millions and millions and millions and millions and millions. And even if they call it apostasy, don't they? If you try to live this, it's off with your head, and they'll put a magnolia, or what did you say, on your something?
No, that one was for looking at their babe. Even if the girl wanted you would still have to be beheaded.
That of the Indian you're talking about, that of Indian, true. India had the highest number of rape. Indian men, but yet they blame Africans over there. Indian girl cannot date an African. In Malaysia, Indians were killing blacks for just looking at their women, but yet they had the highest number of rape. You know, so
just be careful with that word, because YouTube always sends me a yellow mark.
Oh, sorry, sorry. So all these things we have. I don't know. Might use pidgin. These things. It happens all the time. Like they say, if you forget history will always repeat itself. Look at African tradition. Let's look at the Ifa. Ifa never discriminated, not get discrimination. I never see then our father time when although they practice Ifa and Olokun, when they'll tell you, okay, you're not slave. It was welcoming. They welcome everybody. But when Christianity and religion, Muslim comes and say, "Nah, me superior past you. You be infidel. You're not going to heaven." It was not like that in the old, when we practice our own religion. If we go back to our own tradition, all these things will feel unlocked from our head.
There is no pathway back to our religions, is what the case is, because the indoctrination is lifelong, and the moment you step out of the mainstream, what obtains now as mainstream, you are cast as adrift as some sort of pariah, and you are castigated and vilified.
What Pete? Actually, do you believe that our language are dying out in Nigeria? Do you believe our culture and language are dying out? I believe so. This is a question for everybody. Do you believe our language are dying out in Nigeria? This is a question for everybody to answer.
All right.
Sorry, so I didn't get the question.
You pointed it at Blacklick, so he can answer it, then we move on.
I didn't get the question.
No, it was asking you that, do you believe that our languages and culture are dying out in Africa? So that's what Charles wants you to address.
Oh, yes, they're definitely dying out because I told you we put more emphasis on the European. And I told you the European mindset is to dominate. Even in language, there's no way the European will come in contact with you that you do not abandon your language forcefully and speak their language. It doesn't stop at speaking their language. You would think it does. You have to speak it with the same accent they speak it. If not, you're less than human. That's the trick. That's how, that's just a classic example when I tell you the European mindset only seeks to dominate. They're not the first people to spread their empire. When black people spread their empire, they never took anybody's language away. They let them speak their language. Matter of fact, added diction to their language, made it structural, added to their culture. Just benefits is what African brings. But the European, you have to give up your benefits. That's the reverse. So yes, our languages are dying out, but needless so, because we have a rich history. Our languages have been used thousands of years. English is one of the newest languages on earth, and yet it's spread all over that we have to give up ours. I think for us to really develop as Nigeria, every ethnic nationality has to translate its language into English. All the knowledge in that language has to be transferred into English. And all the knowledge of the English language has to be transferred into every single indigenous language that we have in Nigeria. That way you create an equal playing field. And I'm talking about the rural level, not the cities. That way you're creating an equal playing field where the Nigerian can compete in Nigeria with their indigenous languages and can also compete globally with the language of the people that once dominated them.
So Black, do you believe that they said you believe that in 50 years from now Nigeria will lose their languages? Do you believe so? In 50 years from now?
50 years, you said?
Yeah.
I cannot put a timeline to it, but I think it's going to become progressively worse because of our mindset. We grow up and some of us speak to kids in English language, the same language that they're going to be forced to speak in school and you would have to pay for. And it's the same language you're speaking to them at home. I think that's wrong. I think every home should speak their own indigenous language. Since you would already pay for school fees, they would teach them English later on forcefully. So that's for sure. But
you know what
unless
you're
we
saying
don't
now.
change that in 50 years or even less, our languages will start being wiped out. But I believe some people have picked up and have really aggressively gone at making sure that their children understand their indigenous language.
Just to add on to what you're saying, Black League, it is a real travesty. But the thing is, a lot of the people, I don't know what obtains in where you are, but where I am, a lot of the younger generation, barely a word of Yoruba they can say, and other than Mafoitie, which is usually the correctional tone in Yoruba, they don't know, they don't understand Yoruba, they cannot barely speak it. Yeah, they don't, and so this is the thing now. It's just, I don't know, but I don't know how people, because they all regret when they get older that they're not able to have it as a language of, as a second, even their primary language, because it is really their primary language. But none of them, not a single one, can speak a word of Yoruba.
Woman, that you can speak Yoruba?
Well, we are trying to make sure that
okay. Let me add to this. In my tribe, we say no zeka zeka no zudo azudo amazunoma awi. It means let who speaks Igbo speaks Igbo. Let who speak Yoruba speak Yoruba. Let who speak Izo speak Izo. Because if you don't speak your language, you lose your roots. Has been in my tradition. If we don't speak our language, we are going to lose it, and we are losing it. And in the next 50 years, it's going to be a big problem. Just like Japan have pet problem right now. So we should really look into it and try to point the danger to the government that this language of a thing, our mother tongue, we are losing it so fast for English, and it's.
Oh, all right. It's lost his voice certainly. But thank you.
Can I interject?
Yeah, community.
I feel like we speaking our language is important, but another important thing is writing system. We need to have a unique writing system, not the English writing of Igbo or the English writing of Yoruba and all that. Like a unique writing system like they have in China, they have in Japan.
You mean to create our own alphabet, you mean?
Yes, the writing system. It's going to help us so that anywhere you see this writing system, you know where it's from. Like, for example, there's no way you see a Chinese symbol and you won't know it's from China. You understand? So that is also very important.
Is that not too heavy a lift? How do we even begin to go back to that one?
It's not heavy. Yeah, there's good writing system that is easy to learn, like in CDB, but it's not developed. If you can
Like
develop
what?
it in CDB,
which is what?
Is an ancient writing system.
From where?
That was done way back in the Cross River.
Oh, look at that! I knew it.
That's Cross River. It's okay. Do you know if
it's actually true? You have someone calling CDB here now. That's what his name is about.
I know it's true, but he's now wants us to be writing in his own culture. This is
no. I don't think that's what he's saying.
See, you're not understanding. If there is any writing system, any other place in Nigeria that is unique to Nigeria, it's fine. Not we writing in Arabic, we writing in English, we writing in...
Yeah, but we can't write in your own language now because you wouldn't be colonizing us.
Is it not better? No, it's not colonizing.
How is it better? It's still the same
colonizing.
You know?
The Romans, you see the alphabet. The Romans didn't. It was not a European thing. You see the way the English write and all that. It's not a European thing. They picked it from other regions and they developed it. I'm not saying it must be the CDB way, but we can develop it to be a Nigerian thing. And I'm pretty sure other African countries will pick up from it. You understand?
And by the way, the writing system is African according to Black League because the alphabet actually came out of Egypt, which was by the Semitic people.
The alphabets that the Egyptians were using, was it not hieroglyphics?
No,
yes,
no,
it was hieroglyphics.
It was also, whatever graphics you just called it, but you can see the shapings of proper Romanic.
It was not
actually Africans have the most scripts. When you talk about writing systems, they call them scripts. Africa has the most scripts. Europe has about half the scripts Africa has. They don't have a lot of scripts. They had the Celtic, the Roman. I'm forgetting the rest of them. But from what I've read, I don't have the information right now. I can bring it to you maybe next time. Is that Africans had the most have the most scripts, and you've had groups in Africa that changed their scripts within one lifetime of their empire. You take the Egyptian writing you call hieroglyphics. They themselves called it Medunecha. And it came from the Nubians, that's the Sudan area. And then the Egyptians got it from them. After Egypt got invaded by the Asians and the Greeks and Romans, the Nubians had to change their script because those people who invaded got a hold of the Egyptian script, which was very similar to the Nubian script. So the Kushites, who were Nubians also, changed their scripts to the Meroitic script, which still hasn't been able to be deciphered today. Also, the Egyptian script has not largely been able to be deciphered to even know their meaning and know the knowledge contained within it. So very little very little progress has been made in terms of that. But also,
Don't you feel that having a unified writing system that is truly African in Nigeria will also be a form of unity?
Yes, it will. It definitely will. Our own writing system. And it's not something that we can learn ourselves. It has to be involved. The government has to be involved in it. And maybe give a 50-year timeline and put it in the curriculum because, children, their brain is like sponge. Anything goes in there. So they learn faster than the adults. But even if we don't do that, with the current English we're speaking, we can still make progress simply by translating in all our indigenous languages at the very rural levels, translating all the traditional knowledge we have into English language and all the English knowledge into our traditional systems at the very rural level to where everybody is expected to understand a minimum of both. I think that will go a long way in our educational system and in the
I
mind,
understand that
creativity, and the boldness to compete internationally.
But are you aware of the false narrative that is being spread in the Western region? That's saying that no sub-Saharan African tribe or people ever developed a writing system. So they are teaching these things in their schools over there, telling them that look, none of these people from the sub-Saharan region develop a writing script, and this writing script will also be a way to tell these people, especially the Africans there that are believing this garbage, that look, we sub-Saharan Africans, we did have a writing system, and developing something like in CDB will be fair and will be good, because the way in CBD is you can translate your language directly to CBD, and somebody else will understand
Forget it, man. Forget it. It's CBD call.
No,
what are you
no.
talking about?
You see, you prefer to write in the English
It's long, mate. It's very long.
English way.
You want to be writing Yoruba
It's all
in
about
CBD?
It's all about policy. It's not late. The second generation can pick this up. The second generation after us can pick it up and make it fly. It's all about
It's a mindset thing, because even the people with the in CBD, I mean, it's not very popular amongst them to really put it at the center stage to make sure their kids know it. They believe the English system is better and superior, and that's why I'm saying
it's basically used by most of the accords to write codes and things like that to send message to their members. But what I'm saying, that if the government comes in and make a policy about this, it can change.
How can the government come and make a policy for people to write in CBD, which is a satellite language of a tiny little tribe?
Okay, if you don't want in CBD, what is the other choice that is African? What is the other choice that is African? The Yoruba didn't develop a writing system. If they did, I'll be glad to write it. They didn't.
No, that sounds like you want to colonize people. You want
to
colonize
something, sir. This man, Adebayo Faleti, actually tried it, and I was just going to say, and I saw somebody put it on the comment section.
Yes.
Sir. You know, all these things is long. That's why it's long. There is a lot of battle in
Why would we already have a system that works, which is the English language? Why are we going back to reinvent the wheel? We don't have to reinvent the wheel now.
How does it work? It doesn't work. It makes us look like an Englishman.
Well, how does it make you look like an Englishman?
Because we are among the English-speaking world.
No. We have alphabets. We have alphabets that we can use to write in our own native language.
English alphabet tweaked to look to put mark on top.
Yeah, but the only intention is to convey a message. If the message is conveyed, then the job is done.
No, we need a unified writing system.
Yeah, but it's not your native.
See, your problem now is because is linked to where I'm from. That is your
precisely. That's my problem
if
now.
It
because
was from,
you're asking me, hold on, you're asking me to substitute something that an Oyibo man brought to what you are bringing, but what I don't own. If I don't own it, then why am I substituting one colonial language for another colonial language?
So
yours will still be a colonial language.
It's not a colonial language.
Are you not trying to colonize me through
it's not
language?
Colonization. It's not. It's a system that will be developed by all Nigerians.
No, but it's your system.
Didn't you use the English to develop the
Yoruba
writing?
So why would I?
How does that give you
a
uniqueness?
Look at it from my point of view. Why would I rile against the English system that I feel is alien and foreign to me to adopt your system, which is equally alien and foreign to me because you are claiming you are African? It's still not mine.
It's not alien.
One is about mindset, really, again, because we Africans have been taught to divide ourselves because Europeans know once we come together, they believe that they cannot continue to loot our resources the way they do. That's why any great thing done by an African somewhere else, as long as he doesn't come from your ethnic group, you do not see that as your achievement. While I can bring you a white man from New York City who will be telling you of what some Alexander the Great did all the way in Europe, and he sees that as his achievement. He will tell you about Napoleon. He will tell you about the guy from Belgium, King Leopold. They see that as their achievement. They don't see that as this one is Belgian. What they did, I'm not associated to. No, they associate themselves with each other's success on the large scale.
Look, we all live amongst these people, so we experience them too. They're nobody more tribalistic than the Europeans. They're very tribal people to the point that even England decided to distance itself from Europe.
That is
but
politics.
I'm telling you, there's ways where it works, where they come together, especially when it comes to do with resources.
We should adopt a Greek language to be writing Yoruba, a Greek script to be from the Greeks.
What is wrong with it?
Are you saying Greek or Creeks?
From the Greeks. From the Greeks. It might as well be Greek, for all it is. Yeah.
What is wrong with it?
But do you not see? We are recoiling from something that we say it is not ours to adopt something that still is not ours.
It is
for
ours
reasons.
Also. It is African.
Oga Black League, I'm asking one question.
I
beg, before this time, our forefathers used to live with each other, and they do trade. Then, how did they understand themselves? We don't really speak the same language.
It's because they had trade languages. They were able to communicate using each other's languages. I give you an example with your own people, the Benin people. Very diverse people. It's not a monolithic society as people want to believe it is. But they all come under a melting pot of one culture, one culture that covers them all as one concept that they all subscribe to. And that way they can build an empire and expand an empire. It doesn't necessarily mean they're the same people. No, the same with the Yorubas. One man knows very well that the Yorubas is a melting pot of different cultures who share a similar experience. And then they later on come together and say, we want to be Yoruba. It doesn't mean that in that group there's a daddy that would oversee everyone and lord everyone and colonize, as one man calls it. No, this is very recent. After our European encounter, we started to think like them, unfortunately. So that may start happening now as we see it. But that's really not our mindset. And all the empires we built, none of them were monolithic. It was a melting pot of different cultures came together and adopted one language, one writing system, just for the sense of unity and strength. But each ethnic nationality still maintained their identity, and they related with each other to each other with mutual respect. I was also going to give an example with I forgot the example. You can chip in.
All right, thank you, Black League. So that's Black League dispensing knowledge quick and fast. So that's Black League. I tease Black League a lot, but I'm sure all of you just disregard my word because we all know that it's a very knowledgeable, highly intelligent person. even though he talks in that manner that he does talk. But you can't have
I
everything.
want,
But
I want man that has been our really the downfall of Africa. This notion that the Europeans just created suspicion amongst us, that we suspect each other, but don't suspect the
no, we've
Europeans
always
at all.
we
They
warred
can
amongst ourselves before the Europeans came along. We
no
warred.
no 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 no.
We're not handing out flowers
One
to each
man,
other in
one
Africa.
man,
What
one
picture
man.
are you trying to paint here? What are you doing, man?
Compare our diversity in Africa. Matter of fact, you cannot compare our diversity in Africa to anywhere else in the world. Africa is the most diverse group, even when it comes to anatomy. We have 6 different skulls belonging to the African. There's nowhere else in the world that they have 6 different skull types. The European has at most 3. The Asians have 2 or 3. Every group has either 2 or 3, but none has 6. That's how diverse the African is. So it's only in Africa, within a geographical space of a state like Kaduna or Benue, you would find different languages. Some states as much as 30 languages, some states has 40. It can only be found in Africa, this type of phenomena. And then count the number of wars we've had amongst each other. Anywhere else they had this type of arrangement, that place probably wouldn't exist, because of war is a human phenomenon. There'll always be disagreement.
You do
But
know that
Africans
there are
have
certain.
demonstrated that they have the best ability
Black League
to live
Black League.
amongst each other, even
No,
with
that's a
diversity.
lie. That's a lie.
That's
You
a
do know
fact.
you know there are certain species of beings that have been wiped out in Africa through conflict. You know that, or don't you know that?
Species wiped out through conflict.
Yes, of beings, of human beings, certain types of human beings that have been wiped out in Africa through conflict.
Well, over 99,
especially the pygmy types.
well, over 99% of species known to man have been wiped out, have been extinct. You can look that up through science. So most of the species that have come have been extinct. What we have is very small percentage that we used to have. That's true, but the Africans never, like the Europeans, targeted a group, demonized them, and murdered them. Go to Australia with the Tasmanians. I'm sure you've heard about the Tasmanians.
Yeah.
Where they even created cartoons called Tasmanian Devil. Taught to kids. Tasmania, people don't even know is a group of people. So that's how much they go into your mind, that once you think Tasmania today, you think about the cartoons they show kids, the Tasmanian Devil. What did they do to them in Australia? Those are the black people in Australia. They made sure they murdered every single one. It was called ethnic cleansing. That was done by your people over there in Europe, one man. In Australia.
Your man, yeah.
You know what
Black
I mean?
League. Black League.
Yeah.
The blacks in Australia are not really related to us. We are more related to Europeans than we are related to the blacks in Australia. Hope you know that.
I know that for a fact, but we are also related to Australia. Australia has a different. Australia believes that is their Africa. They believe the world broke away from Australia, including Africa. They believed Africa and Australia was once one land. That's really the aboriginal concept of the world. If you've studied how they view the world in Australia, they believe that there was once a time Africa and that island of Australia was one.
They have dark skin. They have dark skin.
And then the water kept cracking the land, and then the land kept moving.
They are less related to us.
But genetically, they are not related to that many people, the Aborigines of Australia. They're unique and peculiar people unto themselves.
Right. True. And again, guy Ete, did you hear me?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I want to ask a question. I want to ask How Intel know say man, this people not related to us. Nah, the science from the white man or the science from the African people or the science from the Australian people.
I don't know, but we seem not to have it.
Don't go.
I don't know. Because sometimes
I don't believe that anyway. I don't know where you got that.
I don't know.
I know that the Aboriginals believe that Africa and Australia was once one land before water separated them.
Okay. My my problem when I get with some people, we say people is the base their fat on a European concept narrative, which is wrong to me. That's my own candid opinion. If you want to tell me about genetics, if that the Australians themselves tell you say they're not related to Africa, fine, but not be waiting one man wake up on one lab when I'm not about DNA, go tell you okay, my DNA. If my DNA not the one of my DNA come from one place for Igbagwe, how can I dispute that? It's not in my terms. But from my own tribe, I know where I come from. So actually, we start to look things from the really source. You know, that's just my own candid opinion. You know, so you can move to the next question.
So what is the real source? You keep saying the real source.
Mr. One Man, like you know your lineage, you know your cousins, you know your people from your village. When they speak, there's a certain description that will make you know where they're coming from. You will know their great grandfather. True or false?
Well, you know, I only know my spirit. I know my spirit, my village spiritually.
Okay.
I couldn't point it out on the map.
I move the question to your God, Jericho. Now, true or false?
Be waiting.
Get people where you go meet for abroad now. You get the question you go ask them where you come from. When you go answer, you go know a lineage from that village, your great grandfathers or your uncles. Even though you don't even know them directly, you don't know their history, the direction where they come from. True or false?
Not true now. If you come from the same village.
So what is the difference between the DNA that they can't tell you now, say bring your saliva and this and that to know where you come from? If we really put our own properly.
Make a even chip in
you can't disregard science, but let's hear from
No, I'm not disregarding it. I got you. Go ahead.
Let me chip in this point. You see, when Nigeria hosted FESTA 77, these people from Aboriginal, they came now. They came and participated in it. And there was a time that these Aboriginals in this thing were writing letters to Nigeria, particularly during the Obasanjo time, for Obasanjo to fight for their interests. They regarded Nigeria back then as the leader of the world, the leader of black race, all part of the world, the Caribbeans, the blacks in North America, and every part of the world. They seized Nigeria back then as the leader of the world. And these Aboriginals are particularly, they never left Obasanjo alone to fight for their interests against the Australian. So where this one is coming from, that they don't see Africa as their brother or their relation.
All right, we are speaking for the hold on, Black League. We are speaking for the Aborigines, but let us hear the Aborigines speak for themselves with regards to how they view the Africans.
What do Aboriginal people think of African black people?
Oh, they love them.
Yeah?
Yes,
Tell them.
We love the Africans up here.
Same color. I like that.
Real good.
Yeah?
Yeah. We love all the African people.
Yes?
Yeah. Same blood and same colors.
Yeah. Oh, I like that.
Because they are so open.
Yeah.
And they are not afraid to speak their mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
They open up to themselves. And they learn a bit about our culture. And we learn a bit about them.
Yeah.
It's good.
So when you see someone like me, what goes through your mind?
Countrymen, we're all the same.
We're all the same.
I feel like you're our brothers and sisters.
So
Still white people.
we still one people. Yeah. Thank you very much for watching that video. I hope you actually enjoyed watching that little clip of Aboriginals. Also, if you haven't already, check out the other video I did about.
Okay, so that was a feel of what the Aborigines think of Africans. So they essentially, it looks as though, because I think really it's just the color of the skin, isn't it? Really, because they will have felt isolated and alone until they came in contact with the African, who they could just by visuals feel a sense of affinity towards. But I'm not sure what the DNA. I have to look it up, what the science actually says in terms of the relationship between the two.
Yeah. One man, the other day you were speaking to, I think you said, I don't know where it is in the South, reminds you of Jamaica, or you refer to them as Jamaicans.
Oh,
Remember where?
the Delta Edo people, just both their physicality and their worldview, they seem somewhat Jamaican-like in their manner to me.
Okay, yeah, I forgot where was it in the South. But I wanted to say that there's actually a school, like one of the most prestigious secondary schools in Jamaica is actually called Calabar. The same spelling with Calabar that you have today in the South. And when I looked it up, it's actually named after the slave port in Calabar that they came from, because they remember the port they came from and they named it after. And some of them actually believe they come from Calabar over there. And they also have a high, the Nigerian influence over there is very high, even in terms of culture, even till the current date, the type of music they listen to a lot of Nigerian music.
I know Fela Kuti was popular by the older school Jamaicans, especially because he straddled along Bob Marley in that space and time.
Yes. I've actually been there before, and when I was there, they kept pressing me on why I didn't bring Nigerian traditional clothes over there. They said if I did, the girls I won't have a place to walk on the streets. The girls would be blocking me. They said that's what gets the girls over there is the Nigerian clothes. So I was just fascinated by why Nigeria, and even the music they listen to is all Nigerian, basically. It will surprise you. There's a lot of Nigerians there. I met a lot of people there that said, "Oh, my husband is Nigerian, my kids are Nigerian, this and that." So once you say you're Nigerian, there's like you're a superstar.
It would surprise me if they said my wife is Nigerian, but it wouldn't surprise me if they said my husband is Nigerian, because what I notice as a trend is we keep our women, but we take other people's women as well. So
but also we are not insecure when other people take our women. Well, maybe unless for Onyibo to some extent, we don't feel a way about it the way other Africans are very sensitive about that. And that's the major reason they don't like Nigerians, really, is they feel Nigerians take their women. And it's not necessarily true, like we go with the intention of taking their women. I mean, when they come, we are naturally raised to have open arms. So
let's not lie amongst ourselves now. We go there to take their women now, and we use money and everything.
Not all of us.
You especially, you that you travel around the world chasing women, you think we don't know you?
No.
But I wanted to say, I think globally, I'm noticing, in fact, I've noticed for a while now that people make the distinction between the Nigerian and the African.
I think so too. Nigerian and I think Ethiopian has a distinction too sometimes, and African, and also.
But they rate Nigerians higher than Africans, you know. I rate myself.
They see us as a special breed. That's how they see us. But it's not necessarily so. I think when they say that, they're really just looking down on Africans. Because when they meet Nigerians, we're usually well articulate, well spoken, well dressed, and intellectual. They are not expecting that from an African. So maybe that's why they just favor us. I don't know if anybody has any experience with that.
I think that is the universal experience because in every workplace, the Africans and even the blacks, they always gravitate behind the Nigerian because the Nigerian would not allow himself to be treated in loose quotes, air quotes, in a black way. You know the rules, so you say no, you can't do that. And then it always somewhat startles, especially the black African, when they see the Nigerian push against the system to assert what is right. Because they just feel, oh, it's white people, oh, we have to do as we are told. But nobody tells the Nigerian what to do. So that's just it.
One man, I sent you a video. I don't know if you've seen it. I just wanted to see how a Russian lady are going crazy about Nigerian, and she even came to Nigeria, and she can speak fluent broken, and just to show to our audience how great we are as people.
No, I've not received it yet, but I am actually aware of that lady. She's since left Nigeria for Egypt. She came by herself because she was just enamored by the Nigerian
No, that's
culture.
a different one.
All right.
Yeah, the one I sent to you is a different one.
There is one in the UK that speaks Yoruba fluently. Yoruba or something. She's on Instagram. She speaks Yoruba fluently, everything. I have a friend that is married to a white woman. This lady knows colors, everything in Yoruba.
But I think it's because we, even though we adopt the Western culture. Yeah, I think it's even though we adopt the Western culture, we bring our culture on board with us as Nigerians. We are not ashamed of our culture. And
not yet, Ajale Koko.
Not yet.
Yeah, the last one I received from you was the journalist hangouts or something.
Oh, okay.
But I am starting to form the thought that the world is coming into a Nigerian age. I think the world is coming into a Nigerian age. This is what I think.
Omar, I will tell you when Nigeria really ruled the black world. When I hang around Caribbean, all these other Africans, and I'm doing that Super Eagle in the 90s, the way those guys perform, man, I tell you, I got Jamaican telling me that, man, they fell in love with Nigeria, man, doing that. I go to name of coach, all of them, even Sierra Leone, all of them. Like during that, the way Super Eagle were performing during that time, it really like make people like look towards Nigeria. And then we started doing Nollywood, we started doing, we putting ourselves out there a lot, so. That's one thing. And then another thing is wherever we go, we're very loud and we are loud, and then we put people close. We're not very shy, so we don't push people away. Like even here in America, when Nigerians come in, we gather. We don't say if you're actually alone or anybody, you come out in our midst, we push you away. We allow you in our midst. We are confident, you understand? We are not shy. But because we grew up very urban, most part of Nigeria is very congested, and so that hustler screaming.
I think it's more and our ethnic mix as well. It opens us up to embracing others. So to
a typical Nigeria that grew up in places like Lagos, Benin City.
You can't discriminate if you grew up in Lagos. Where will you even find it?
Exactly.
Your best friend is Musa and your other friend is Uche. And you both hate Debo, who is your clansman, just because you don't like him. His trousers are too tight or something.
Exactly. So typically, when most Nigerians that travel, most of us that grew up in those kind of environments in the first place. So when we get to other places, we don't have that mind of when we gather together and maybe other Africans come around us, we don't push them away. You understand? We don't have that mind of push them away, because we allow, we talk, we pull them in, we speak to them, so they see that confidence in us and they admire it a lot. Like, well, you guys get this kind of confidence, So many of them they feel so comfortable among us, we don't hold back, and we are less African, we are less conservative like many other Africans. Most of them come from like these rural parts where they are shy to talk to people from different culture. But when they get around Nigerians, they say that we don't care. We are just straight up confidence. We don't think about we don't think twice. We just speak. And some of them find it offensive too. They say we are too arrogant and things. But at the end of the day, they enjoy hanging out with us, man.
Everybody wants to come to a Nigerian party.
Exactly.
DOG, that clip you sent, that woman, she's been around for a long time. She's not new to space. She's often been in Nollywood movies. This one that
There's
calls herself.
loads of them. Yeah,
Yeah,
there are loads of
yeah,
them. That's what
yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah, there's even a guy that calls himself Oyinbo Nigerian. He speaks Hausa.
That one lives in Nigeria and he lives in Lagos.
No, that one lives in the north. Actually, I think he lives in Kano. He calls himself. He's a comedian. I think it's a comedian. He does.
He grew up in
brother Shaggy and Co.
So yes, if only we can have the Nigeria that we want, gentlemen, it would just be so great. We are ready, but they are not ready for us. So that's just it. So that's just it. So we've come past the 4-hour mark. It's just ended up into like just boys talking essentially with Black League season charge and giving us his revisionist history as ever. Just this yam and egg stuff that he likes to do all the time. So yam and eggs from the man from Ham. So it looks as though that's a breakfast already. So there it is right there. So gentlemen, let's try to start to round off here. It's just because if we want to start going through the talking points now, then that would just add another however long hours onto it. But I think we had sufficiently enough of this more delightful than if we're just going through the talking points. So this sort of conversations is what I really treasure. And thank you, Black League, for leading that space. So we start to sweep up and we kick off with we go to Solly. I'm not sure if Solly is with us because he's never quiet. So if he's silent, then he's probably just falling asleep. Is all that Igbo smoking, the new OVA. Solly, are you still here? No, yes, I didn't imagine it was. Solly never quiet. No, when has Solly ever been quiet? So from Solly, thank you, Solly. So from Solly, we're going to DOG. So DOG, your words.
It's been an interesting one. Black League, it's always a pleasure to listen to you. One man, I think maybe you should give what I said earlier on some thoughts. We didn't have time to really deliberate on that with the other people on the platform. I think it will go a long way in a way. Thank you, everyone. Everybody on the comment section, please thumbs up, share, subscribe, click the notification button so when we get here, you can get alerts that we are on. Thanks, guys. Good night.
All right, thank you. Also, Solly, certainly a brilliant idea that you've come up with because it's something that I've been reflecting on as well. But what I was thinking more was that just to pick some child and sponsor an education or something. But what you're saying also something on board, because if there's a greater purpose that we can serve, then why not? I mean, the most selfish thing is to do a selfless act. Anybody you think doing good is just out of the goodness of your heart. It's a selfish thing because when you do a good thing, you feel good. The person you've done the good for feels good. They feel good. They have good thoughts for you, and you have that surge of endorphin as your cheeks crease and your heart lightens up. It's a selfish act to do a selfless act. That has always been my belief. So thank you, DOG. So from DOG, let's go to X0, who hopefully is still with us. X0, are you there? Okay, we've lost X0. So when people are too quiet, then probably they've gone to sleep or something. So from X0, let's go on to World Peace. Let's go to World Peace. So World Peace, we're taking closing remarks.
Yeah, I agree with the house. Sorry, saying my time difference, they hardly make me quick catch up for this evening broadcast because that will be like my 5 a.m. in the morning. About the same, very interesting program. First of all, I get to thank this great man with a great mind to bring great people together, Mr. One Man. I greet you a lot. I thank you so much for bringing people together to air their view, to letting people where they behind the screen, where they listen to us. And again, as I always say, I will thank Oga Ajalo Koko, like the father of the house. Secondly, Mr. Black League, which I don't joke with, will always drop knowledge for all of us today. Then Mr. Rational Mind. The only means the rest people not very intelligent. Everybody did very intelligent for this platform. Everybody they unique on a different, or everybody unique on his own way, you know. So this topic of today are not really meet them because of time difference, but little I meet, I hear a lot from Black League, and speak my mind. I pray, I hope make everybody keen to for know ourselves. If we know ourselves, we know say we are born king and prince, and we do better. Not be say we born king and prince, more good fight of ourselves. Born king and prince to do something better, move our government, our country better, and make it better, make it great. So I look forward to the next segment. In that time, everybody stay blessed and have a good sleep.
All right. Thank you, World Peace. So, World Peace now, a new voice that is evolving within the space. Always a delight in your company, World Peace. So let's go from World Peace to Ejiro, who joins us just at the tail end of it. But the session never completes, of course, until we hear from Ejiro. Ejiro.
Thank you, one man. I was at the backstage listening to everybody commentary, you know. It was a splendid night. I really enjoyed it. I just came up to say thank you to the guys, and most especially Black League. I enjoyed all your analysis and all your commentary. That's a great one. Just keep it up. And to the people at the comment section, I've been reading your comments. Thank you, guys. Just keep it up. Keep the light up. Everyone at the comment section, hit the like button as always and share so that we can get more of people with good ideas that will come up. You know, when you share and you do all this, it goes far, travels far across the globe, you know. So once again, thank you, everyone. Good night and God bless.
All right, thank you, Ejiro. So that's Ejiro who just came in at the latter end just to acknowledge the session. So thank you, Ejiro. So from Ejiro, we go to Mike. So brace yourself, Mike, to you.
Brace yourself.
Yeah, brace yourself. Yeah, go.
I was hearing you guys talking about how our languages are being lost. Like as generations are coming, they are losing their knowledge of their African roots, ethnicity, and that's true, man. Because there was a study that was done that 80 years ago or so, like every Pekin in Yoruba land or in places in Nigeria, they can look at plants and give you explain 60 theories or so about that plants and tell you a lot about it, you know, explain so much. They have the knowledge of the environment, the knowledge of nature, so much knowledge. But they say today, like most of the children don't know any of those things, you know. Not even that, even agriculture, like virtually everybody knew how to farm 100 years ago. But today, most of us, I mean, even one man, I know if I take you to a village now, you won't know how to plant anything, except maybe they have to explain it to you. So we are losing even our language alone. When we are talking or speaking Yoruba, we use Yoruba people say, you understand? How we use parables, we use proverbs, all those things, just to articulate what we are saying, where we get it. You know, we use very philosophy, all these things. Now that our children are, English is becoming more of the main language, and our children are just, you know, most of us now is only English to speak to our children. Our children are losing these things. I'm very sure the British, when they came, they had this agenda where they want to take all our knowledge and document it and put it in their own secret place, and then come back and wipe our knowledge out of our mind. I think that's their goal. So in the next 100 years, all the African knowledge would have gone to Europe, and then Africans just only have what the Europeans give them, you know. And many of you will say, there's benefit in this English and this and that, because these people, these English people, they are advanced people. They will never give you their secret of their own advancement. The one they will give is just the little they want you to know. They will not give you the secret to the advancement. I see a lot of Nigerians telling me all that rubbish about Oyibo this thing, Oyibo teaching, Oyibo school. They won't. There's only a limit where they will let you learn from them. Why are they not teaching you how they are doing their technology? Why they are hiding it from you? So forget that one. You don't lose your own. Africans need to keep their own ancient knowledge. It's very important, and know your own stuff. And the idea of translating our education curriculum, putting in our local languages, is a very brilliant idea. I think I mentioned it before. That's what we need to start doing now. We need to start translating the English information into our own local dialects. We can come up with the alphabets, all these things. We can come up with it. It's not difficult. It's something very simple, and start printing books in our own languages. And our children learn in school, learn it through our indigenous language, and then learn English on the side. They can learn to speak English on the side, but the curriculums, the books need to be translated into our own traditional languages. Because if you do that, all the people so-called illiterate, people that didn't go to school, they can easily learn. One person that goes to school in a family can come home and teach others what he's learning in school. Communicate that language you learn in school with a family. But if you go to school only learn everything in English, you can't come on and start talking to the illiterates among you, or the people that don't know how to speak English among you, and start teaching, sharing that knowledge with them. So that way, that's why we have so many uneducated people in Nigeria, because the educated one cannot figure a way to educate the ones that they can't speak English. So these things is what we need to start thinking about, man. But unfortunately, we just don't have government that are in place. They are really about vision. Those people are there just to make money. Everybody just wants to make money. All the politicians, money. So Africa hasn't got to the point where we have visionary people they are leading that continent. That's why we are stagnant. We are not moving forward. Well, anyway, Omar, thank you for allowing me to talk, Sha. So, one.
All right. Thank you, Mike. So, always a delight to hear from Mike, one of the favorite voices on the platform. So, that's Mike. So that is Mike. What more can I say? That was just Mike. So that was Mike, and this is our Black League. One of your favorite voices is probably the topmost voice now that occupies space in this place. Anytime he speaks, people listen, and so we hear him speak some more. The final word to Black League.
Yeah, it's been a great session tonight, once again. And everything I'm saying is not for people to just take it, just my word for it, or outrightly just believe what I'm saying. I deliberately say these things because I know there's nowhere else where things like this are being said. And I know it's going to push some people who are curious enough to find out whether the things I'm saying are accurate or not. It's going to push them to do research into it. And that's going to open up a whole new world, because the history of the world is very fascinating. And there's a lot of linkages, even within Nigeria. I've repeatedly told one man that the Igbo language and his language are related. Most of the root words are virtually the same. That's not to mean that the languages are the same, but they're in fact related. So I say things like this for people to do research, not just accept what I'm saying, but do research. You'd understand that, yes, those languages belong to the same language group and the same language family. But that aside, Africa is a great continent. We are a great people. One man always tells me, why should we have this Pan-Africanist idea? It's just idealism, it's just part of youth optimism. And one man has several words to describe it. And I understand, because before Europe's incursion into Africa, there was no real need for Pan-Africanism, especially the recent one with slaves being taken off of the western coast, Nigeria being a major supplier to places like Brazil, United States, the Caribbean islands, and so on. That in fact was when I believe Pan-Africanism was born, because at that time there was no discrimination on the European part with what African to pick, what African to leave. They picked the Fulanis the same way they got at the Igbos, the Yorubas, the Ibibios, and so on and so forth. All of them found themselves on one boat, literally. And again, I just want to conclude with a thought by Dr. John Henrik Clarke. And please, I want people to research his works. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. He says if you pick, he has this thing he preaches every time. I call it preaching. But he says if you get and I'm only paraphrasing, he didn't say these words exactly, but I'll explain the concept. I've said it here before. If you take a Nigerian, you take a South African, you take a black man from the UK, you take a black man from the United States, and you take a black man from Jamaica. You take them all to the city of Manhattan in New York and ask all of them to try to get a taxi. All of them, of course, dark-skinned, African descent, but from different continents and different parts of the world. So what indeed would happen is those Africans you picked after the experiment to try to get a taxi in Manhattan, all of them came back with the same response. There were taxis available, but as soon as the taxis saw that they were indeed a black man, they would just drive off and go pick somebody else of a different race. Everybody came with that experience. So what John Henry Clarke concluded by saying is he has more respect for the bigoted, racist taxi drivers. The same taxi drivers that refuse to pick them up simply because of racism. They're black. It's not that they didn't have money. All of them had money. But the sole reason is being black. He has more respect for the racist taxi drivers than he does for those Africans. Why? At least the taxi driver sees that those men are related, but those men don't see it because the narratives coming from the black man in Nigeria is different from that coming from South Africa, different from the black man from the UK and the one from the US, who think they're in fact better than the one from Africa, and also the one in Jamaica. So that is Pan-Africanist right there, when a complete stranger who's a bigot, really, that's all he is, can identify you and see that you're related. But you yourselves cannot do that. And that's really the cause of our downfall in Africa. And the moment we change this type of thinking, well, Africa will make progress. We need to see that we are related as a people. We have a common cause. We have a common goal. We have a common enemy. And everything we do have is common in terms of development, in terms of how we are treated outside our continent is this exact same treatment. We need to realize that and use that as a force for good on our part. And once again, make ourselves respect ourselves and make the world respect us. And that would start by producing what we consume. I would like to end here. Thank you all for coming on. Thank you for liking, sharing, and subscribing, because I know you will. And have a good evening, everyone.
All right, thank you, Black League. So that was Black League. There's just it just has a way of presenting things that you just want to submit to what he's saying, and that is, of course, if you are not me, and I never submit to what anybody has to say, and certainly not Black League. So that is Black League with the Peperempe talk. Black League, you have to cool it down with all this your Peperempeism. Not all black people are the same. Don't take black. You just aspire to be an Oyo man, and you'll be all right. Your way, the only way. So I only jest, of course. Black League, Black League. Do you aspire to be an Oyo man, Black League?
Well, part of me is Oyo.
There you are. So that's why I like you.
I know the history of Oyo. I know that Ham people are related to the Oyo people.
Do you have Oyo genes in you?
You might have Ham genes in you too.
No, I don't.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's because
I'm from the deep interior, not the interior, the deep.
I'm telling
interior,
you, we had relations. Hamland birthed Nog civilization as you know it, and Nog civilization, in fact, influenced both Ile-Ife and Igbo-Ukwu civilizations. As I keep telling you, one man, and I hope you will go check it out and do more research on it so you can refute what I'm saying or accept it. But if you check even in the artworks in Ife and Igbo-Ukwu, and check the ones in Ham, striking similarities. The main the slight difference is the Ife art is naturalistic.
The nose is different because your artifacts, they have European-like noses, and our artifact, they have the traditional flat black noses.
That's because our artifacts are called stylistic art, while your artifacts are called realistic art. The Ife art looks like a real human being, but the artifacts coming from Nok were stylistic, and that's how they're categorized and labeled as stylistic. But carbon dating shows that the Nok people were, in fact, there longer, and in fact influenced that whole region, even outside of Nigeria and parts of southern Nigeria. So most ethnic nationalities have interacted in Nigeria and influenced each other in one way or another. I know you don't like hearing this, but especially the Igbos and the Yorubas.
In fact, I can accept that the Igbo language and culture is predicated upon the Yoruba ways. That rhymes with reason, you know. Why would they not be from the Yoruba stock? Everybody's from the Yoruba stock.
I got this from a man from Benin, actually. World Peace, I would know him. Mr. Odia Ofemo. He harps on this about the relations of the Igbo and the Yoruba nationalities. And he actually suggests, and he has a lot of sources and books to back this up, that the Igbo and the Yoruba were once essentially part of one group, but there were conflicts along the way and infighting, and then one group had to be pushed out. So the group that lost, being the Igbos, were pushed out more eastward across the river, across the other side. And then the Yorubas, which were the more dominant within the conflict that happened.
Why is that dog always barking at you, Black League? That dog, why is it always barking at you?
It's my neighbors. They love dogs. They keep getting more, so they just got to be more.
Anytime you go near the dog, they're always barking at you. What is it with you and dogs? Why don't
I don't know. I don't know these dogs, man. I don't know. And I'm new to this area, so maybe that's why the dogs don't trust me.
Oh, all right. Because I noticed that the dogs are always barking at you, so take it easy. But that's
it's not just me too. They bark at anything that moves around here. Even the cats, once a cat moves, they start barking.
Hold on. Okay, they're inviting you. It says, if Black League opens a church in Lagos with this accent, he will blow. So, yeah, that is what he uses to cajole people, that accent. But don't worry. So that's it. But
those people are making money. Don't make me think about it.
I'm thinking about it.
Mama, you know, if you take the top 10 richest pastors in the world, at least 5 are Nigerian.
Of course not. You know, people don't appreciate
in the world.
Okay, Black League. Let's use the Redeemed Church as an example. This, you know, the working hypothesis, their business plan, is to have a Redeemed Church not more than 5 minutes away from a church member anywhere in the world. So anywhere in the world that you are, the mission statement is for you not to be more than 5 minutes away. So now they take 10% of your salary, they give 10% to the central office. It's a middle class church, which is global. So look at the numbers now and look at the sort of money we're talking at. Billions and billions.
It's big business.
It's
Even
big
people
business.
think it's just offering and tithe. That's big real estate game right there. Because everywhere that church is located, that property belongs to the head office. So it's big business, just like the Vatican does. Every Catholic church in the world, the land there belongs to the Vatican. So people think the Vatican is just that little space of land in Europe, but it's actually
they are the biggest landowners in the world, the Vatican.
Yeah, that's a fact. So they have it. So that's what these
probably the wealthiest organization in the world. Probably the wealthiest organization in the world as well.
Possibly so, because it's not just money; they also have power because they have a state.
Probably the most. You know, some of the secrets that the world would never know is just buried in their archives in their basement. These people, when you said the Pope authorized the savaging of a whole racial group, you know, all of the resources that they got, all of the deepest, most treasured things of those spaces were brought back to those spaces now, and they are storing it in their archives. It's not about the Benin Bros. So there are things about ourselves that we do not know that are buried in archives, especially in that Vatican space. You know, it's just those people, they've gone foul. They
said the Vatican library is the richest in the world, just based on the types of resources they have there. And most of it is actually top secret. They have a lot of top secret documents and scrolls gotten from all parts of the world, including Africa. And I also told you to check that the Ham people always have called their king a pope. That's the name in the language.
No, forget
That's
all
the
of
same
that.
thing the Catholics are using for their
where
leader.
You always falter. You do so well and then you shoot yourself in the foot. You know, the Igbos used to say this as well. They'll say there's an Igbo word in the Bible. There are Igbo words. Just because the spelling is similar or something. You spell yours with a K, don't you?
It starts with a K, P-O-P. It's pronounced Pope. The same way it's pronounced as P-O-P-E is the same, one man. Even the dressing is the same, the hat is the same.
You never even had dresses. Dressing is a new phenomenon to the Ham people.
One man, when Ham flourished, not when they existed, when they flourished.
During the grass skirt era.
That was 2,000 solid years before the birth of Christ.
Look at this
Christianity and
you see, you did so well, but at the last minute, you look at this guy.
So I know you won't accept it now, but you know, with time, I understand how to deal with you, one man. So I just give you time, and things will sink in. But we've just been miseducated. That's the thing. We've been miseducated, and it makes us feel like we're inferior to other people, and that's why we're not really competing favorably, and we're just letting other people come ravage our land with the consent of these our corrupt leaders. That's the problem.
All right, thank you, Black League. I could go on and on. There is never a dull moment when Black League is around. A real delight, and we're all the better.
Let me let you go to bed. I wonder how you stay up so late over there. When I think of the time over there,
that's the thing. You know, I wonder myself. You know that there must be a screw loose somewhere. You know, but that is Black League. So thank you, Black League. A real delight. So thank you, Black League. So that was Black League, one of your favorite, if not even the favorite voices of some of you, a lot of you, you know. So that there he is, rounding off the session, and that is the session rounded off by Black League, who told us a lot of sensible things, but landed on the fact that the Pope is actually from Ham. So that is it. So there it is right there. So thank you, everyone. A real session. We started off with the talking points and just started to free flow. And for me, the free flowing sometimes always more rewarding a conversation than just repeating same questions to different people and then trying to give the same answers in different ways. So there it is right there. The session comes to an end. As invited by quite virtually everybody that has spoken, please make sure you have thumbed up the session And of course, you should already be subscribed. I mean, you must already be subscribed by now. This is not even something that should be in question. So do both if you haven't done both. Click on the red subscribe button so you've done that as a one-off. And then click on the like button, which is something you should do with every session. So haven't done that, then come meet me in the comment section to tell me then what you have made of the knowledge that has been dispensed with or dispersed, or however it is said, by our Black League today. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.